had financial issues, but it's for me to step up my game and make sure that my son
ultimately
never goes without. Olu says that's a survival spirit.
That's my son.
But then, in the same breath, we're saying that women are too masculine. And
I agree. I'm too masculine.
On us, of course, our spirit is gonna appear masculine.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my point. So if it is that we have survival spirits when it suits us, but it's too masculine, but then we're expected to approach you, I'm fucking confused.
Right. Got it. Oh, it just said this meeting's being live streamed. I never got that before.
Okay, yes. We needed that, didn't we? Hang on, I'm going to start to get feedback. So let me just close this screen. Right. Cool. Hello.
Hello.
Hola, honey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. You've lost your camera.
Yeah, because my mum decided to call me Nail right now. 8:05 on the dot.
What's been going on for you?
Nothing,
You're
man.
recovering from that weekend, boy. What a popping weekend.
Girl, I thought I was going to a barbecue. I felt like I was led there under false pretenses because we did shock out differently.
One piece of partying.
One piece of partying. I ain't partied like that. But
yeah.
I don't know how long. We haven't had that at all. I had a good time, but yes, I'm still recovering. And I stopped drinking about 2 hours before we left. You should see me with my pints of cold ice water and lime.
Yeah, it was too hot to get drunk.
Too hot. I still feel wounded.
We did drink a lot, but I was at one point I was like, nah, no.
Yeah, like allow it.
No, I'm not trying to hear it.
It was too hot. How you doing? How's your recovery looking?
Boy, I'm struggling.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah. At one point, I used to be able to rave. When I used to rave Jungle Days, I used to be able to rave from Thursday night, Friday night was Wax, whatever big rave was on, Thunder and Joy, whatever, all the way through to Sunday. Sunday was Thunder and Joy. I think Friday was Wax Club. Those who was in the 95 era know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Friday was a Wax Club. Thursday there might have been something to do. Saturday there would be the big rave. Sunday there would be Thunder and Joy. And then get up Monday and get on about your week. It never used to bother me. Now,
one party, first time in like nearly since this year, and we're dying. Absolutely dying. We've got a few people on.
Yeah.
We've got a few people on. Hi,
Melina.
Melina. Hey, girl. How you doing? Hi, everyone that's just joining. There's quite a few that I can't see when they join. I just see the ones that kind of say. Right, yeah.
My page. Live now. Join the banter. So for those that are on, guys, please like the video, share the video to your timeline if possible. Let's try and grow this little family. Share, please. Let me just copy the link. And then I can, so it's Euros today. Portugal's playing who?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just know Portugal's playing because of the boys.
Right.
Yeah. But I know they're playing today. I keep seeing people walk around with England flags. I don't know if England are playing or they've played or people are just walking around with the flag for the sake of it. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. So with that in mind, let's let's just whiz through this and get ready for tomorrow. Because I've got a lot on tomorrow, got a lot on this week, man. I think we might have to push cupcakes and cocktails back following Boris's announcement. How do you feel about Boris's announcement? Or was you expecting it?
I know. I said he was going to do. I knew he was going to do that. But when it didn't happen, I was like, maybe he's going to do it. Then, boom! As soon as I started thinking that, he comes with his rug pulling.
Flat on your back, boy.
Everything cancelled, everything postponed. But yeah, I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that. I was wondering how they were going to do it. That was it. Then I started hearing about variants and stuff like that. So I thought, okay, here we go.
Yeah. So what is this? A third variant?
I don't know. They're making, so this one's apparently Delta. So they've apparently named them like Delta, Kappa, and all of that kind of thing. So I can't even keep up. Like, I don't even subscribe to it anymore. I can't take it. So I heard like bits and bobs, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Not here for it.
Yeah, not here for it. They get on my damn nerves. Literally. It's the inconsistency, and I don't understand how every other country are able to kind of get on with it, and why we are struggling.
Normal restrictions lifted. I don't know. I'm just trying to go with the flow, because I think as a tourist, I'm an overthinker. And I think overthinking about things that you can't control, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And this pandemic, no one can control. All you can do is just go downstream, and plan and save and build and grow whilst they're doing this. Or opportunity to bust a move, because we busted a move on Sunday, y'all. Well done, hey, Goody, my Cody, my general. He didn't even tell me. I think Sammy Joe told me about the barbecue. I didn't even really know about it. So like you, I was expected to just go there
to a barbecue.
Yeah, eat 2 vegan hot dog or 2 jerk chicken. You know what I mean? But yeah, boy, one piece of skanking. And shout out to, what's her name? We ran into a No Bravado member.
Oh, Sabina.
Shout out to Sabina.
Sabina Joseph.
She made my whole day, man. That was so nice.
She did.
Nice
Sabina, you made our day. If you're watching, holla.
Yeah, you made our day.
You really did make our day, honestly. You did.
Let's shout out some people.
Got Angela.
Yeah, we've got Patrick. Hey, Mike. Yes, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan saying, don't get me started on this. He's got a real problem with it as well, with the pandemic. So he's like, don't get me started on this.
Apparently we're frozen. Hang on, let me check. No, I'm still there.
Hi, Agnes. Agnes has just joined. Hi,
hey, Angela. Wishing you well, hon. Angie's feeling a little bit under the weather today.
Oh.
So, yeah. Anyway, let me share my screen. Let's get into these topics. The first topic that we are debating is one that you put up, Nat.
Yes, let's get into it. Right.
I'm already laughing because I'm waiting for you. You're
waiting for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So what was this? What was behind this?
This is something that's come up quite a lot in the last few weeks in different conversations, and then me and you had a serious conversation. We were having a serious conversation about it as I typed it. Remember?
Right. Yeah.
So the question was, having a no bravado debate with sis Trisha Blake. Do you think that in this day and age, if a man sends over signals or simple hints that he may be interested in you, if you too have an interest in him, then it is up to you as the female to take the hint and then actually make the first move? I said, me personally, you lot should already know, I'm too old-fashioned in that respect, and maybe I'm more shy than old-fashioned for anything remotely like that. and Trisha always says my poker face is impeccable, so they would never know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but we wanted to hear from what people think, because what they're saying now is we're living in an age where if you fancy if a man gives you the signal, he shouldn't have to, and you don't take the hint, they kind of move on. And we're saying, should it be up to the woman? Oh, okay, he's kind of signaled that he's interested, I can kind of make the move. For me, I would never do it because I'm just not there. But loads of different people had different thoughts and feelings. What do you think about it?
No, I'm not doing that. But all right, so
you sure? You didn't seem sure. You hesitated.
I mean, it's confusing. All right, let me stop the share for a minute so we can talk, and then I'll go back to what the members said. Hang on.
Okay.
Right, because it's confusing, because we are getting a lot of messages. Like there was a meme in the group posted by Natalie, I think it was. No, I can't remember who posted it.
It's probably Natalie.
I don't think it was, but I think it commented. Basically it was a video, but because the videos are not working when I tried to play it back to you guys, I thought I'd avoid that today. But he was basically saying that if basically no one wants a masculine woman, and if you do end up with a masculine, if you are a masculine kind of woman and you end up with a beta male, then when you go out to cheat, then you're naturally going to go for the woman. The masculine male is going to go for the masculine female is going to go for an extremely masculine male, because there's no way that a beta male can
satisfy her.
And then vice versa, the beta male is going to go for someone he thinks is less beta than him, because the experience is too traumatic for the two. So I'm like, okay. So they were saying your femininity is not a hindrance.
Yeah.
It's not something that it's a gift. Femininity in women is a gift, and it's something that should be celebrated, and we shouldn't be afraid of it.
Right.
So I'm like, well, make up your mind, guys.
Yeah.
Part of my femininity is attached to the guy pursuing me as old-fashioned. I know people shoot me down in the comments for it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I'm 46. My age, I think the way I was brought is that the man would approach you if he likes you. I do agree that you should give the man some sort of signal. So if he's over there looking at you, you can give him a wink or a smile back to let him know that you're interested.
Yeah.
But I ain't approaching you. Do you want me to be masculine or not?
Yeah. But do you think they're saying that if a man gives you a signal or hints that he likes you and you kind of make a move, that's not masculine? I think it's masculine.
I think it's masculine, but this is what I'm trying to say. It's like pick and choose when you should turn on your masculine energy as a female from when you shouldn't. It's not attractive. So I'm like, okay, so Olu's in the weight room.
Olu's joining us.
Olu's going to join us. But let me finish this point. Help me out. What was I saying? So,
you were saying,
picking
and choosing and turning it on and off.
Yeah, I think we've created an environment, because like Olu was saying on one of our last lives, that women should put their best foot forward, and we put our best foot forward in terms of when we're going to apply for a job. So we should do the same when we're pursuing romantic relationships.
Not the same.
But for me, I was brought up that the male role is to pursue the woman. But for me, that's a masculine act. I'm not saying that it is for everybody, but for me personally, it's a masculine act. I do agree that we do need to give some cues, but I think it's a masculine act. I'm not here for it.
Yeah. Nikki said, I think he's just brazen.
Nikki, let me know if you want to jump on at any point. Hey, Olu, we're going to let you in a minute. Actually, let me let you in now, and then you could give us your opinion.
He can hot us up because he thinks we're ridiculous. I know he does.
Well, we've got to always have the male perspective, so.
Yeah.
Hello, Olu. Yes, King. How are you? Oh, we can't smell you. How are you?
Evening, ladies. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
You've got to turn off your feedback in the background, Olu.
I have. I've done that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Can I just say that Sheila Durand has said it makes you look thirsty? I would have to know the guy from before.
To do what?
So that is to make a move on a man. As a woman.
And why is that?
That's what she said. I don't know. Ask her. Sheila, Olu wants to know why you feel that way. And do you mean like just making a move to a man in a club? Because you've said, I would have to know the guy before. So if you kind of knew the guy, you were friends and you knew you both liked each other, is it that you wouldn't mind kind of making the move then, but kind of just walking up to someone on the road or in a different environment that you don't know and making that move because you know you've made eye contact? Is that what you mean? Jonathan has also said, I don't think it's a one shoe fits all. I do agree that a signal on both male and females is good and just cuts out the awkward walking over and getting parred.
Yeah.
He may be onto something there.
Oh, Jonathan's old school. I haven't heard the word parred in years.
Oh my.
Showing his age. Showing your age there, yeah.
Oh wow.
Jonathan's my age.
Really? She knows about them lingua, yeah?
Wow.
He used to say that all the time. That's a par. That's a par. Getting parred. Yeah, all the time.
Anyway, in addressing the point, ladies, what I will say, we covered this on the earlier show, as you mentioned. And it's about expectations, isn't it? Women expect men to pursue them. Women expect men to make the first move.
Yeah.
That's all well and good. We understand that. But the thing is, when you flip it around and say, okay, men expect women to do A, B, and C, then there becomes an issue there. You see now? So we need to understand roles, whether you like it or not, are clearly defined. However we receive them, they are there. Women expect men to behave a certain way. Yeah? Now, some women say, well, you know what? Depending on how far you're in your journey in terms of your independence and how you see your role as a woman, may feel, well, you know what? I'm not going to wait for a man. If I see a man, I'll move to him. And that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. However, some men may feel that, hold on, you're showing too much masculine energy and maybe put off from that.
Right.
You see,
so how is women supposed to know
who's going to be put off and
who's not?
Well, as I said earlier, if you're in a social setting, we're talking about a social setting and you see a woman across the room, there are certain cues you can give to say, like, I'm okay, a smile, approach me. You know how you women, you do that little flex, like, you look away, your two eyes make four. You know those little cues you can give a man to let approach me. That's what we're looking for. I've been places where women have actually says, they've mouthed it, you can be as cheeky as you like. It depends how you feel.
Yeah.
You see?
You look like you're reminiscing there.
Yeah.
So I did see a big smile on your face when you
That's
resaid
right.
that
Some woman mouthed something to him, boy.
Grinning from ear to ear.
I'll share something with you. The other day, I went to home base because we had the decorating project.
Yeah.
And I went to home base, and there was the most handsome man. He was a paramedic,
right.
And he walked past, and I double taked. Now I haven't done that. I double taked, and I said out loud, I almost want to be sick, but I kept walking because I knew that I wasn't. It made him laugh, but I wasn't gonna talk to him after that, and that's out of the ordinary for me. But it was just, I was just like, wow, you're good looking. I almost want to be sick. Paramedic, you take me in the ambulance, boy. But I'm not going to say anything else and that's just a one-off. And I was going to my car and off I went. Do you know what I mean? So
I don't know about this. Get that quiet, didn't ya?
Yeah, but not a story that I would share because it's so out of character for me. But he was handsome, so it was a joke. But for me to go and then he didn't stop. He thought it was funny. He kept walking. I kept walking. But I'm not gonna go and be like, oh well, are you single? And I think you're really handsome. And I'm just not gonna do that. Then one-off jokes will come once in a blue moon, and it was retrograde. So hey.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just stop you guys? Can you hear my washing machine losing its shit in the background, or you can't hear it?
No.
Okay, good. Absolutely distracting the life out of me. So annoyed. He always does this on cue.
But why don't you put the washing on another day or earlier?
No, but you know what? I put it because I'm washing 24/7 in the house. Yeah, so I put this on a quick wash at 6 o'clock. What is the time?
It's after 8.
That is not a quick wash.
Oh, all right. So let me go back to my screen and we'll look at what some of the
comments.
Yeah, what the comments were. All right. So can you read any of them out? Any of you guys read them out, please?
Yeah. So Ian Wayne said, for me, I wouldn't expect you to approach me, but send indicators to me that you're interested. Then I will approach you. I said, that's fair, back to him. And then Davina Jones replied to him and myself and said, what you two said. I'm not shy though, but I've had knockbacks when I was younger. I went to a white predominant school and it didn't matter, black, the little that was there, or white, I got knocked back. But as I got older, I realized that it was just that. No one in my family showed me how to be a girl and feminine. No one showed me anything. I just became adult and had to teach myself quick because of family circumstances and not knowing the right thing as a girl child growing into a woman. I thought that was quite an interesting perspective that she gave.
Yeah.
Okay. Roger, he said, I don't mind being approached. At least the chances of being rejected are reduced significantly. However, we as men are expected to approach, and I don't mind approaching as long as the choosing signals are clear enough to interpret correctly. So just reiterating what I said earlier, you can send cues to men to let know it's okay to approach.
Right.
Yeah. And that's done by how? How do you think that's done by? What's the
non-verbal cues? We will know how to manipulate them, you know.
No, but what if you're really shit at flirting? So what do you do?
Okay. When you see a guy and you think, oh my gosh, like you said, Trisha, he's drop dead gorgeous, but you don't have the confidence to approach him. Yeah. There are things like looking at him and looking away, smiling, you know, make it very obvious, you know, things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Or we can play the damsel in distress. Oh, excuse me, do you know where the finger island is? You know that one. You can always play that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But don't you guys know that we're doing this?
Like, you like Happy Show? Should we do Happy Show?
We're not going to do that today. We're not going to do that today, yeah? What I'm saying here...
I had to, sorry.
She said, do you like Happy Show? I can't. With this girl. I cannot.
No, what I'm saying is there are cues you can give men who are not as confident to let them know it's okay to approach them.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
But what are the cues though? Because I'm not like a flirter. If someone says something, I'm like, thanks, and I keep it pushing. And I know quite a few people, they're not really great at flirting. It's quite awkward. So what do you do? Like, I know you said kind of smile and look away. That's all very intentional. It just feels like intentional. I'd have to do something so covert because I would just flop the whole show if I try to kind of, I can't reach. I'm very tall. I can reach.
Or
that's never going to work.
You can be even more experienced and say, you know, those ones like that. Listen, when things open up, trust me, people's game is going to be different. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
You know, because what you got to look at is this way. If I let that opportunity go, I may not get a chance to speak to that person again. It works on both sides. You know, men learn from a very early age how to deal with rejection.
I was just about to say that, like, we've gone over this before, that men are taught how to deal with rejection. And someone said in the comments, I wouldn't want to do it. Plus, I couldn't deal with the rejection. We've not been taught to deal with the rejection. So, yeah, I guess you've got an advantage in that aspect.
Well, put it this way. You've just stated that you're expecting the man to approach you. So that's a very privileged position to be in, because you know, well, the man likes, so he's got to move to me. And the man who doesn't, he's going to miss out.
Yeah.
So you're more likely to get, you're more likely to get men who are confident, because it's also subliminal saying, well, if you're not confident to approach me, you don't deserve to have me. You see now?
Yes.
Yeah. Real man know what I'm talking about. Please put a 5 in the comments if you know what I'm talking about, guys. Yeah.
Well, we've got to tell them from Roger Mayo. Roger said earlier as well, good evening all, but that's not what I wanted to say. This is where mixed signals come in. So what do you mean by that, Roger? Do you want to hop on and let us know, or explain in the comments? What do you mean? Yeah, but yeah, we're not taught how to deal with it. So the rejection,
there's a couple of 5s in there, you know. Yeah, see. See, guys, no, we learned this from young.
Yeah.
Okay, let me take you back real old school now, right?
Yeah,
before your time, Natalie. Back in the day, when you first got on the raving circuit, you say, you know what? God learn how to deal with rejection. Go nations. Yeah. You go
all
nations. All nations. Remember all nations back in the day. Yeah. You learn how to handle blanks there. Trust me. Yeah. And then once you confirm that, now you're ready to go little night moves, oasis, whatever. You see now, we learn from young how to handle it. You know, and the man who is actually more confident, more skilled, can turn a blank to making you laugh, and then you change your mind.
Yeah.
You see, that's how some guys have got game.
Yeah.
You see, there may be very many reasons why the woman doesn't want to dance with you. She doesn't want to dance with you right now. She's not interested in you. She's tired, her feet are hurting you. We don't know. Yeah. You see now, but what a confident man would say, you know what? Okay, don't dance. Okay, next one, yeah. I'll wait for it. You know, you could just make it humorous. You know, oh, let me buy you a drink. But you know, there's a common phrase that guys would say. Once you make a woman laugh, you're halfway there.
Sorry, I missed that last part because someone was wanting to. Nikki wants to jump on. So
come on, Nikki.
See if we could get some of the guys to jump on and talk to us as well.
So once you make a woman laugh, you're halfway there.
You're halfway there.
I think so.
Yeah. You see someone like you, Natalie? You come with your stone face up.
She does not.
Oh my God. Attacked every single time.
Make Natalie laugh and she's like, putty in your hands, trust.
Yeah, I'm a banter person.
Exactly, but there's a surface that a man has to get past. Because you're not the person, you ain't gonna take no foolishness, you're gonna take no cheap jokes. So if he gets past that, you feel, okay, you got something, I'm entertaining.
But you know what? Give me the cheap jokes, because I'm an idiot. Ask Trisha, I like stupid jokes. Like, I'm very childish. So you can bring the cheap jokes, because the cheap jokes and the stupid tacky jokes bust me up. Roger said that he's down to join as well.
Oh, wicked.
Oh, well done, Roger. Well done.
Michelle, send Roger the link in the Zoom, please, my darling.
And I don't know how you lot can't hear that fucking washing machine. I don't get it.
I mean, maybe they're just used to you and your background noise.
Maybe you are. Maybe you think that I live in like a wind tunnel, because it's ridiculous.
Good evening, T Smooth. Good evening, Patrick. I think we said good evening, Patrick.
Juliet G, hey girl. Althea Morgan, hey. We got quite a few of you on tonight. We weren't expecting to have a lot of you guys.
We're supporting you, even though the football's on. We're supporting you, ladies. You see?
Wow.
We love you guys.
Who's playing tonight, Olu?
What's up?
Who's playing?
France, Germany. Big game.
Oh,
big game.
Okay.
Portugal and Hungary.
No, that was earlier. It's France, Germany now.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that is big.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
hi, Alison, Leona. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm just gonna go back to. All right. So Lorene said, I'm kind of old school like you, Natalie, but that being said, I will let someone know if I like them. As far as approaching them goes, I'm not really one to do that, but I drop big hints. I'm never stush though, in a sense where if someone approaches me and I don't like them, I will shun them. That's rude. There's nothing wrong with a woman making first moves, but I don't do it.
Yeah.
Can you read what Ian said, Olu, please?
Okay. A lot of men have become overcautious as they don't want these actions misinterpreted. A lot that happens due to the way things are a lot of that happens due to the way things are in the world today. And in some men, it has dented their confidence and approach when dealing with women. Women are supposed to be confident today than yesterday, owning more of their sexuality. So being, if a man sends a signal, send one back, or just talk the ting and do your ting and stop watch the ting. You know?
It's a ting.
It's a ting.
Watch the ting.
No. But what I take from that is this. You know what?
Let Roger in.
Yeah. What I take from this is, you know what? If he's man enough to approach you, he's man enough to have your attention. If he's not, then let him go.
Yeah, but it depends on the shoes. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Who's coming into it?
Roger's coming. Yes, Roger, long time.
Where's Rog? I haven't seen Roger for a long time. Hey, Rog.
Hey, Roger.
Good evening, all.
We can hear you.
Well done, Roger.
How's it going? You all right?
I haven't seen you for ages.
We haven't.
What's your
How you been?
We're all right. We're all right. Nice. I'm just so happy to see you. I feel like I ain't seen you forever.
Yeah.
Olu, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I was waiting for you to back me up. You're here. Well done. I'm glad.
Olu's happy now, boy.
Not to worry, bruv. The team is in the building.
There you go.
Wait. All right. So, what's your take on this, Rog?
Where do we start?
Oh God.
Are you for women approaching you or not?
If I'm honest with you, with every relationship that I've had, no, wait, except one. Every relationship that I've had, and I mean serious relationship where it's lasted a long time, I've been approached.
Wow.
Sorry.
I didn't think that you would go for that. Just goes to show that
no, hear me out. So here's the thing, right? The reason why is because I'd look at them as like, oh, rah, okay, you've shown interest in me. Why have you shown interest in me?
Why not?
All the time they would show it like, okay, you got a good personality. I like hanging out with you. You're funny. You're energetic. You're active. You go out and you do your thing. And this has been the main thing that's been like consistent the whole time. So because girls have shown me that they are interested in these good qualities, I've maintained them. However, things happen, you know, and relationships end here and there. But yeah, the majority of the time I've been approached. Okay. And I didn't mind. I didn't mind because like I said in the post, like the chance of being rejected is reduced significantly. And I mean for ladies too. Olu can actually I know Olu, you can back me up on this because if an attractive woman approaches you, right?
Yeah.
And she says, yeah, I want to take you for a drink. I'll pay for the first round.
Yeah.
And you go, bruv, like she's attractive to start with. So you're gonna go with her. Like there's no rejection in the equation. How are we
gonna know that you're attracted? Because attracting is subjective. You might not find me attractive. So I might find you attractive, but how would we know that, yeah, he finds me attractive too?
We've entertained you.
How? Before I've approached you, how have you entertained me? For me to approach, all right, so tell me how you've been approached in the past then.
Okay, all right, okay. You want to go there? let me get this out
Talk
now.
the thing, Roger. Talk the thing.
Role play.
Let me show you what happened, right?
Play.
So there's this one girl. She approached me and she was not my type. I was somewhat offended by her approaching me. But at the end of the day,
she's not on your Facebook, is she? 'Cause that's dread.
What?
She's not on your Facebook, is she? Because that's dread, and she might know.
I don't care.
Oh no! Oh, it gets dreader.
No. Listen.
No bravado.
I know Natalie doesn't like Kevin Samuels because he talks directly. I'm cut from that cloth. I went to a military school.
No, but you know what? It's not the cut. It's not direct. I like direct because I like to know where I stand with people. So I'm direct, and I like people to be direct. I think he tears down. There's a difference. I think there's a way of doing it, and I think he purposely talks in a way that diminishes the person. You can get your point across. I'm always about how you talk to people and how you would like to be and how people are received. It's hard to receive the message in the packaging that it's in. It's horrid.
Fair enough. I come across direct
straight
as well. No. I hear you, but I talk straight as well.
Yeah, but
So
straight
do
is
we,
fine.
though.
I can take your
So do
straight.
we.
So do I. I talk straight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take
talk
Olu
straight
straight
as well.
sometimes.
So
Sometimes.
I said to this lady, I was like, look, I really appreciate you coming and saying what you're saying, but I'm really tied up at the moment. I'm actually in a relationship, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't tell her to piss off, as it were, right? It was more a case of like, oof, I can't deal with you.
Just in case. Put in a diary, yeah?
Huh?
Put in a diary just in case. You know them ones there.
No, bro. When I tell you, yeah, you would be like, no, not today, not tomorrow, not next month.
But what was it about her? What was it that was so offensive?
She was too road, you know?
Okay.
She was too road, and quite frankly, she wasn't all that as well. Like, look, I rate her confidence, but she was oversized, man.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that as well. Like, I'm just being real.
Okay, Roger.
If we all, honey, we're all a bit oversized.
Roger, what would you give her out of 10? You can't do 7.
I'm not.
No.
Neither's Olu.
You lot have come out shooting from the gate today. Not a mercy.
Well, you missed me, innit? So we're doing this.
Yeah,
Right.
let's do it.
Go on, Olu, sorry.
I was asking Roger, what would you give her out of 10? You can't use a 7.
You can't say 2, spit out of order. She might have Facebook.
Say what?
You can't give
What
her
would
2
you rate out of
either.
10?
It's a bit out of order. She might have
You
Facebook.
can't use 7. No, he can use.
No.
that, but he can't use
I'm not saying no. Obviously, I'm not going to say any names.
No, not
would you give
names.
her out of
They're
10?
asking you to rate her appearance through 1 through 10, but you can't use the number 7. And Natalie said you can't use the number 2. So to be fair, just say 5 because we don't want to be degrading people.
No. Talk the team, Roger.
No, fam. She was a 3.
So, okay, so he just went.
If we're gonna be like, yeah, no. You see, this is the problem with society today. This is the problem with society today, right? We have to be nice to people so we can get our point across. Yes. And when we get our point across, it's misunderstood because we were so nice about it in the first place. Like, it's a myth, man.
T-Smooth is saying, laughing out loud, imagine how many women have felt the Roger experience.
Quite a few.
Yeah, but anyway, Alison wants to know, did you end up being in the relationship? So did she get you? The number 3, the 3 get you?
The who?
The person you just rated.
Did you do anything with her? Did you do anything with her?
No, his head's gonna drop off from that shake head.
So
he's like,
didn't end up in a relationship.
No. Here's my question. Here's my question in rebuttal to that. Why waste her time?
Right. Why waste their time when you're not interested? A lot of people would.
Not just mine. Obviously, she wants to show me pleasure. Obviously, she wants to spend time with me. I get that. But why waste her precious time? Why waste her precious emotions? She's a person too. She feels something, right?
Yes, I am with you.
So, no.
Yeah. That's
in a
fair
nice
enough.
way, but no.
So I don't ever want to be that lady that walks up to the man and he's horrified and offended because I've approached him.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
no, but then
Are you ladies that fragile? Are you that fragile, ladies?
Yeah. Hang on a second.
That would destroy my confidence for years. And that's my fear. Like, imagine approaching a guy that's already bold and then he's looking at you like, are you dumb?
Women do it all the time. Women do it all the time.
Yeah, but that's great. But
that's already bold, you know.
Women that do that. Women that do that, I actually think I wish I could be a little bit more like that because it's not in me at all. But I couldn't do that. Like that is what Roger said is exactly
it's
what
the nightmare
I fear.
that you're trying to avoid.
Yeah,
you know what I find interesting, ladies. You know what I find interesting. You see the same standard you apply to men. Oh, I couldn't take that. Men have to learn to deal with that.
But you were taught from early, as you've said,
all
many
the time.
times. No,
all
but
the
you
time.
were taught from early. You were given the tools many
You're
times.
You're the hunters.
Jobs.
Oh, so when it suits you, hold on, no. Oh, Roger, let me do this. So when it suits you, you're assigned masculine roles. Yeah? When it suits, oh, you're the hunters. Yeah, fine, we accept this. But as women,
here we go. Here we go.
No. There's no here we go. I'm just responding to what you've said. Yeah.
All right, Nikki, you walked into a bombshell.
We can accept that. But can you accept that as men, we expect women to behave a certain way or to fulfill certain obligations? Can you accept that?
We can accept that, but obviously there's going to be extremes on both sides, and it's just where the line gets crossed. It will be dependent on each person because every individual has their own set of standards at the same time. So some people be at the extreme of what they think women should do, where it's oppressive, and then some women will be the extreme of what they think men should do, where it's ridiculous. Yeah. So I think there's a line. That's all I think. And it just depends on you, what you can take and what you can't.
But you know what, Natalie, even in your honesty in saying that you don't feel confident approaching men, if a man were to turn you down, he would do it with sensitivity.
He would what?
Okay, so let's bring in Roger. So when the road girl approached you and asked you, how did you decline?
I simply said to her, look, I'm currently
in a relationship. You said that.
Was you in a relationship though? Or did you just say that? You wasn't?
No.
Sorry.
No, but you understand. No, wait. You're laughing.
It was a nice way of saying it though. I think that's a nice way of rejecting someone other than you're a clean number 3 and I'm offended. I would rather you tell me I'm in a relationship.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. You have it. Yeah. I kept the number 3 thing and all the hard shit in my head. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said the nice things out of my mouth because I knew diplomacy works. I'm like, look, do you know what? Man, I can't, you know.
Yeah.
I'm in a relationship. We're really good. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah. That was
you
nice.
just weren't feeling her.
No.
Is that Nick?
No.
She was too road, you said. She was too road.
Let's all welcome Nikki.
Hey, Nick.
Good evening.
Our
Good
General
evening.
Mrs. O.
Good evening. Hey.
Roger, you see the head bonnet now?
What do you mean? I know head.
That's not a head bonnet.
Sorry, what am I miss? Did I miss something?
Oh.
It's not a bonnet.
Bro.
Yeah, tread carefully, brother.
You can deal with this.
It's not a bonnet at all. I don't understand what's so funny.
Oh, it's a little joke. Sorry, that's okay.
Is this the whole women going out with bonnet things now? Are we talking about that as well?
No, not at all. We're just talking about women approaching men. Do they feel confident doing that? That's all.
But what's that got to do with her bonnet?
What's that?
What's that got to do with her bonnet?
You don't like my head tie,
We don't want to open that can of worms, you know.
But
Olive, don't you like my head tie?
No, you don't want to open that can of worms. Oh.
I'm confused here.
The son must be doing something to Natalie today. She's getting very confident right now. Very confident.
Wow.
Right, Juliet G says that's a head wrap. It's not a bonnet, it's a head wrap.
Thank you.
I'd expect you to know the difference, Olu.
Exactly.
African heritage and all.
So what? Because I'm African, that I should know that's a head wrap.
Well,
Yeah,
what, you're going to tell me that your people them don't wear it? Because I know my people are Jamaican and they wear it.
Hello. They don't wear this. If I have to tell you the truth, this is not.
They don't wear this.
Wrap. That's not head wrap. Where we come from. Sorry, that's not head wrap.
No?
They don't do it. No. So maybe it's
So what is it then?
Fashion
It's not a head
statement. It's not.
wrap. My husband in the background is telling me it's not a head wrap. So what is it if it's not a head wrap? So what is it? It's not a bonnet. Shut up. It's not a bonnet. It's not a bonnet. The bonnet is what I wear to bed, babes.
It's a
The bonnet is what I wear to bed.
When I wear my...
Your husband just... You see?
Nikki, when I wear my wrap, this is very much a wrap and I do the natural.
Right, and you do the thing in the front. So this is a ready-made one with a donut in the front.
Women wear their knots to the front. I know that for a fact.
You know what?
Exactly.
Do you know what? Remember I said to you, ladies, listen, right? Okay. I said it looks like a bonnet. You're arguing with me, right? You've got to ask how do men perceive it. You asked to hug me, he said the same thing. So if you want to communicate a different message,
shall I go and get my bonnet? Shall I go and get my bonnet and show you the actual difference between a bonnet and what I'm wearing now?
Nikki,
shall I do that?
Nikki, I'm not going to.
I don't mind putting my bonnet on Facebook Live. You know, I feel
you
no
asked
way.
your husband. He confirmed what I said, and you still want to be arguing.
No, he didn't confirm what you said. He just confirmed that he's as like idiot as you are. That's what he done. That's all he's done.
No,
he just confirmed that he thinks the same way you do. Maybe it's an African.
Because he's a man. That's why he's a man.
Well,
it's not a bonnet for a start. It's not.
For a start. It's not a bonnet.
And it was the way you laugh. So that's going to take us completely off topic because we started this already. But in terms of us wearing, when you don't want us to wear the wigs, and you want us to be as natural as possible. Taking care of our hair requires that we're going to wear head wraps.
Yeah, I don't think men understand that. It's part of.
Yeah.
What? What do you want to say? It's part of what? What isn't that you want to say? It's part of what?
Taking care of your hair. Silk headscarves are good for your hair. It locks in moisture into your hair. It's really good for your hair, and it's a protective style.
Okay.
It's protective styling.
Let me tell you something now, right? If you go back to your grandmother years ago, she didn't wear no silk headscarf, she didn't wear no bonnet.
No, Olu ain't
But she did.
No,
sorry, Olu, you're wrong, mate. You're wrong, mate. Yeah, really? Because one of the first things my granny done tell me from time is make sure that you wear your silk headscarf, proper silk headscarf like the old women used to wear under their thing. Yeah, silk headscarf. My granny used to tell me to wear to my bed so that it didn't mash up my hair. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this.
It does. We wake up with it. I know the difference when I go to bed with it. When I go to bed without it, there's a huge difference in the quality.
And this is coming from a man that is bald, by the way.
So let's shame Olu now. Let's shame Olu now.
Okay,
I'm not shaming you, but I'm saying first of all you're bald, and then you're trying to tell us women.
One thing, and you're gonna go there. You see? Come on,
guys.
Olu, I'd never do that to you, honey. That's not my aim. That's not my aim, sweetheart. At all. Sorry. Allow me. I'm sorry.
Okay. You're saying, Trisha.
I was saying, I'm surprised you're getting sensitive.
I'm not getting sensitive.
You just laughed for about a minute. So if we count 60 seconds, you laughed for about a minute at her head time.
No.
And now she's retorting, you're getting sensitive.
No, it's not getting sensitive. Trisha, you asked me what I laughed about. I explained it to you, and then that's dealt with. But when you start making ad hominem attacks against me, come on, you lost the argument, man. Come on, we know how it goes. Come on.
Nah.
Yes.
No. It's because she said you're bald. The bald deceives you, hot chocolate. Don't mind that. Is it because she said you're bald?
I would never. I'm not putting down my.
What? Do you think that statement bold?
Of course not.
Come on now.
We're confused. I'm not sure.
You made an assumption. That I was in my feet or whatever. No, I'm just saying we don't need to go there because we're beyond that. It's not about that, is it? That's what it was.
No, it's about me being in the bonnet.
Yeah.
What she might
say one thing.
What is what?
feel like we're the only people, the only women that have to do so much explaining about our hair. Muslim women can wear their wrap. No one says a thing. If we're saying we want to be natural, we want to transition out of the wigs, our hair, proper natural black hair, depending on the type that you have, it can shrink in this hot weather. If you're sweating, it's going to shrink. You might not necessarily want to deal with all of that on a hot day, so you put your head.
A lot to deal with.
You don't necessarily want to, because I get the point. Because Monique was saying the other day, we might as well talk about this. She was saying that she's tired of seeing young people out in their sliders and their bonnet and their pajamas. It's like they can't even be bothered to get dressed, and it's embarrassing for our society. And to a degree, I get where she's coming from. It's like when I see the guys in socks and sliders and a puffer jacket, it annoys me. Make up your mind. You've got socks, sliders, and a puffer jacket on, and it's I can't. So it's the same sort of thing, and it feeds into the stereotypes, and I get all of that. But I do think as Black women, we are just attacked and attacked and attacked about our hair. There's so much expectations, and if we say actually we just want to cover it up, we still have to explain that.
It's not just our hair neither. It's about our attitude. If I actually get upset, then I'm being aggressive. You know, all of the I've got to explain my clothes to a lot of people. So, you know, I just think,
you know, Natalie's a Black woman, but Natalie's got shake and go hair. I don't, and I don't want to have to keep explaining that either. And if I'm going to be judged solely on the presentation of my hair or what's on my head, then we're in trouble.
That's a good point. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, because no, but I'm saying, like, going back when we've spoken about women and stuff, Olu has this perception that we need to make an effort as well, isn't it? So is this deemed as not making an effort?
It's not my perception. No. It's a perception shared by a lot of men. It's not Olu's perception.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that, Olu. Olu, Roger. Go home, Roger. It's not pick on Olu tonight. I'm not trying to dig you out, Olu. I'm not trying to dig you out, honestly. Yeah. Honestly, I'm really not. But I do think that your opinion kind of is an opinion of other Black men that I have come across. Okay. So you're not the only one that I've had this conversation.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
You know,
Jewish women shave off their hair and wear a wig and wear a turban, and no one questions why. But if I want to give you what it is that you're saying you want as Black men. You don't want us in the wigs, so I have to do the transition, and sometimes you're going to see a head wrap because I don't have shake and go hair. And if it's a shake and go woman with hair, that kind of hair that you want, then that's what you're gonna have to go with.
Okay, all right. Okay, hang on. No. Hang on.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been in various relationships. Yeah.
Right.
I've been in a relationship with an Indian girl, a Thai girl, a South American girl, Spanish girl. Anyway, the point is this: I've seen different girls, and like the one relationship that I had that was the longest was with an African girl.
Okay. And how was you
Let
with
me
her?
explain over. What?
How was you with her? How was her hair?
Her hair was she done cornrows, she done like locks, she done also. She was really creative with her hair.
Okay.
You know.
So are you okay?
I remember. I don't remember her ever busting a wig or a weave. Just saying.
Okay. Well,
okay. I don't remember her ever.
You didn't know.
I don't wear wigs.
And remember, she had kinky hair, you know. All right, she had kinky hair, so she would do all sorts of things, but it was lovely what she done with it. She done cornrows, you know what I mean? She had like singles, you know what I mean? and her hair was really healthy and long, you know, and God, I miss her actually.
Yeah.
I mean, Roger.
Oh wow.
Wow.
No, but I think the whole point of it is like, why do black women have to explain? Why do I have to explain why I've got a bonnet on, even if it is a bonnet or whatever you want to call it? I've never worn a wig. Weave doesn't agree with me, nor does the extensions, just because of the quality of the hair, and I've got sensitive scalp, so I've never worn that.
Yeah.
But I had locks for like 15 years, and I'm telling you the difference of now. I've cut all my hair off now, as you've seen it before. It's all cut off. Well, I'm going to put my thing back on. But yeah, so I am, you know, the difference of having my locks to now cutting my hair off, there's a vast difference. I will tell you that the way that people approach me, the way that I am approached, the way that I'm spoken to, is a big, massive difference.
And what's the main difference you've
the main
noticed?
difference is I'm not seen as a threat without my locks. I think that with the difference that I've seen, I used to have locks down my back, yeah, and I've got a goatee, I've got a nose stud, you know, I'm not the quietest of people neither. So, you know, I think that I came across as a threat to people. So I really had to not dumb down myself, but in certain situations, I had to make sure, you know what, let me just keep myself quiet, yeah, because I don't want that angry black woman tag. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
we're going to move off this topic. Go on, Rod.
I do this thing that's called code switching.
Yeah.
What?
Code switching.
Code switching.
Right.
You adapt to your environment.
Sorry?
You adapt to your environment.
There you have it.
Right.
So when you're in certain spaces, right? When you're in certain spaces with certain people, you behave in a certain, you're still real to yourself in terms of your assertiveness and your character, but your accent and the way you present yourself. Now, let me be clear, okay? This is when it comes down to like wearing a suit, okay? And you're in an interview and you're explaining yourself about your history, you're explaining your CV and so on and so forth, and what advantages you can bring to the organization, okay? And you're doing this with great, you know, with clarity so people understand where you're coming from, right? Okay, you've done your interview. You've even got the job. So you go back on it and you're like, yeah, man got the job, you know. You get me? Yeah? So you go back home, you change back into your tracksuits and trainers and and you understand what I'm saying? Code switching. You get me? And just like Nikki just said, adapting to the environment, okay? It's important. I think it's important for everyone because not everybody understands us. So
yeah.
we need to, you get what I'm saying? Not everybody understands us, you know. There's people that do, but not everybody. So for those that don't, we have to make that space to accommodate them.
No, we
So
don't have
I see that you busted to say something.
Yeah, no, and I get, and that's what I'm saying. I don't sometimes.
Now, I'm gonna come back now to the whole bonnet thing. Yeah, right. Now, we appreciate the scientific process that goes into preserving your hair.
You don't.
We get it. Okay. No. Maybe I do. I can't speak for the rest of the people. I can't. Okay. And no. Let me finish. I'm just because I understand it, I'm not going to excuse it neither.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm saying to you, like, okay, if you know, okay, say for example, I've got a job to do. I need to go to bed at a certain time. I need to dress a certain way for me to accomplish that job properly and not get fired. Right? This is me talking as a man, and it's logical. There's no emotion there. Sorry.
Manuscript. Go on.
No. But this is how it is, though. This is how it is. So we're out here as men. We've had these rules ingrained within us from morning. You understand, right? We've had this in our system from day where we didn't even know this to start with, but it was hammered in. Like, yeah, this is how you move. You have to present yourself this way in this situation so you can get this or that. So if you're going to approach a woman, have clean shoes, brush your teeth. In fact, have a shower and make sure you smell good and put on some clothes that fit good.
Day to day, please.
No. I'm talking about us.
Yeah, we know
No,
about
you ladies, you do that. You spend 4 hours in the bathroom doing whatever.
Yeah, but you're saying have a shower.
We do what we do. Yeah, but we do what we're doing in like 20 minutes.
Okay, so you're saying take more time if you're presenting yourself to a woman.
Yeah, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, whatever preparation, here's the thing now, here's what I'm saying, whatever preparation is required for you to present yourself well out of your house, yeah, take the time to do it. You know,
Right.
Schedule yourself. It's like, just like you schedule yourself for work or your project or your business, you do the same thing for your self-care. You're like, okay, I'm going to be going out of the house at like 9 o'clock in the morning. Bruh, if I take 4 hours to sort myself out, I need to be up at 4.
Can I just also add to what he's trying to say? What he's saying is he understands the different many challenges women have with their hair. And you may want to wear silk scarf up on it, but it doesn't excuse the fact that why are you leaving your house looking like that? If you know you need to go out, make the time, put the time aside to prepare yourself. That's what he says, he's not going to excuse it. And a lot of women have now got to a stage where they can think it's okay to walk down to the supermarket with a bonnet or to walk down some tracksuit and some sliders. For a woman? Really? No, it's not acceptable.
Why?
Acceptable.
I don't know. It's just like, I think it's down to her. It's her business. It's her business.
Yeah.
She wants to go out in a bonnet and a tracksuit and sliders, then that's down to her.
Yeah, right. It's your business, yeah? Then accept the consequences and the judgments that come with a woman going on the street like that. It's your business, it's your choice.
Consequences.
I was going to say, what consequences can that be, though? Well,
let me give an example now, right? I work in a school, and you usually have mothers dropping their kids off to school still in their pajamas and their sliders, and you think that's acceptable?
I don't like that, but that's just a personal.
No.
That's just personal. Personally, that's not for me.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I wouldn't do that personally. Right.
So if you were to come to school, drop your child off like that, what perception do you think the teacher would have of you as a mother and as a parent? Think about it.
Yeah, but why? But the point that I'm making is, why would you judge somebody on what they are wearing?
Because people do it all the time in society. You're always being labelled, judged. We do it all the time. It's life.
Well,
and if the woman, but if the woman came to school to drop off her kids dressed up to the nines every day, she would then be judged as well, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
In her bathing clothes and her high heels, she would then be judged. So where do you draw the line here?
I don't make the rules, Nikki. I don't make the rules. But we are judged.
We are judged.
I just think there's so much psychology around hair, especially with Black women as well. I think it should be left alone. And I think Black women should be left alone.
Yeah, I just got a message because I'm getting inboxes as well. So inboxed me and said, "What about white girls in tracksuit with messy bun? Is that acceptable then?"
Exactly,
it is acceptable.
And their pajamas.
No, it's not acceptable. It's not
ladylike. Who complains about it though, Roger? Who complains about the white girls in their pajamas and their slippers in Asda? Who?
Okay.
You know what?
You know what?
Roger, don't fall for it. Roger, this is classic science, you know.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this now. I'm going to say this now. Do you know where this is coming from? This is coming from a place of pride. This is coming from a place of identity. Okay? Listen, as your brother, I'm not going to go out there and make a fool out of myself, because you know why? My identity is going to smear on you.
Yeah.
Okay? I look like you. You understand? So if I misbehave, you're not related to me, you don't know me, nothing. But you know something? When my name goes out there and my face goes out there in a bad way, it'll identify with you, with the other races. I don't care what you think. That's how it is. This is why we get vexed.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move this topic along. Someone's put in the chat, why have you guys got off topic? If a Black woman wants to do whatever she wants to her hair, respect that. It's so sad that a lot of Black men like to put women down for what she does to her hair, but you don't get white men or Asian men putting down their women for wearing extensions or wigs.
Hello, we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about Black. Let's keep it on that.
No, so but we're talking about
not now.
We're not talking about Asian men or white men.
The way in how men communicate with women and how they're respected in other communities by their own men. That's what I think she's getting at.
Yeah, but here today, we haven't put down women though, have we? Me and Roger.
No, you haven't put anyone down.
Laughing for a minute was a bit harsh.
There was a judgment placed upon women that wear bonnets on the roads. Come on, admit it.
There wasn't a judgment. There was
and I'm going to need you to like.
Listen. I will stand up. I will stand up.
Don't even let me speak.
Listen, I'm moving on.
Go on.
I'm moving on. We're not going to even bother read these topics now because we've gone way off track. Those comments way off track. But okay. So this was posted in the group by Natalie NPW. He wants to know: would you take $1 million or true love?
Let's hear this. Let's hear this.
I think taking $1 million without
the prospect. Sorry, I think it was $1 billion or $1 million? $1 billion.
Whatever it was, without the prospect of having the enjoyment again or the fulfillment of true love, it's not an option. It's empty. It's literally just physical. I need things that I can get in touch with spiritually and on a soul level. So I can always try and make $1 million, but having $1 million or $1 billion and then having the prospect of not ever finding love, I don't even think that's an option.
Right. Olu?
Not for me.
What say you?
What about you? What do you think, Trisha?
Me,
you know what I'm going to say. I don't know what you were going to say first.
I'm an eternal. What's the word? Eternal optimist, or and romantic. So I would want to bet on love, and that was my response, because a lot of people were like, "Show me the money," and I was like, "Wow, doesn't anyone believe in love?" And then a couple of people came up, which we'll go through the comments. But I wanna say love, definitely. But the
No bravado.
generational wealth generational wealth that you could create with $1 billion is not something that you could just.
Thank you.
Listen, can I just say,
you could just like it's not something you could just take lightly.
That's a real hard one.
Now
it is hard. It is hard. I
in my position,
no, you said your part.
Betting on love is down $1 million.
I thought about it hard. I thought about it hard, but I thought about eternal lonely nights, like eternally. I ain't doing that.
I ain't gonna be lonely with $1 billion. I won't be lonely.
Yeah, you can be though.
I'm not being funny, yeah. All right. Let me just explain. I've been in love before, like head over heels, stupidly, dumbly in love, right? And it was fantastic, wonderful. It was brilliant. I still am in love, yeah. But I will always remember one of my Jamaican friends, and she always said, like, everyone needs love, yeah, but love can't take it go a Sainsbury, yeah. Love can't pay a gas bill, yeah. So, do you know? I'm still torn. I still don't know what.
I know you. You know what? I know you're trying to defend the sister code right now.
I'm not trying to defend no sister code. I'm opening myself, and I'm saying I've been in
money.
I've had that feeling. I've never had $1 billion or $1 million or nowhere near that amount of money before. So I would like that feeling.
Thank you. Okay.
And I think that if I have that amount of money, I'm sure I'll be able to find some kind of love.
Two of you said money, right? Okay.
But you're not allowed it. You've got to pick one. That's my issue. If I have to pick, so there's no prospect of love ever again, I'm not doing that.
Okay, fine.
Agnes Robertson said, I asked my 25-year-old son the same question, and he said true love. His true love can help him make that money.
Im Young.
Oh, that's
nice. Thank you.
Im Young.
Nice.
Let me get you now, right? Let me say something now, right?
Hang on 1 minute. Michelle said, I was in true love. Where is he now?
Right.
The money would still be here with me.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say, Trish. That's
okay, let me tell you something now, Trisha. Let me tell you something now, right? You see, we talk like, oh, I would do this. No, let me tell you something. £1 billion. We're not talking about $1 million can buy a house. £1 billion. That's generational money, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me tell you something now. You could drop. God forbid, you could drop down or your loved one could go tomorrow, you wouldn't have that money. If you had £1 billion, do you mean how lives you could change? Yeah.
They have no idea.
You don't just laugh at this thing. Love is nice.
They don't know, bro.
It's $1 billion.
No, we know. Don't get it twisted. We know.
Billion.
I know.
A billion.
Remember,
I know.
It just depends. It depends on your beliefs as well.
Yeah, it depends.
It depends heavily on your beliefs, because if you are a person that kind of believes that love, there's two emotions, love, fear, or love and hate, yeah, and love is of light.
Okay.
You literally need love to survive.
Let me ask you something.
So
Let me
why
ask you
would
something.
you, in terms of spirituality,
let me ask
love
you
is
something.
the life force, isn't it?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. We are madly, foolishly, crazy, absolutely madly in love, yeah?
Yeah.
And all I've got is a little something in the forest somewhere. You get me? And I can get, hold on. And I can get you. No. I give you some good. You get me? Oh yeah. Every night you're happy. I give you good. Yeah.
Okay.
And we go out hunting for nuts and berries, and that is it. You're gonna be happy with that. Yeah.
In the woods.
And then your brethren calls you. Hold on. Wait. Your brethren. Listen.
I don't understand why we have to be in the woods.
Because he ain't got much now.
I've got nothing.
That's his point.
No,
he ain't
I've
got nothing.
I've got nothing. I've got the woods and nuts and berries for you. I've got nothing. Yeah? Nah, but your brethren now, she got the guy who's got the billion. Your brethren's got the guy who's got the billion. Hello?
And she's happy.
Can I just say something as well?
Nikki, tell them something.
It depends on what our view of love is.
Yeah.
It sounds like love is not that important then.
Yeah.
Trisha,
Right.
let me put some meat to this, yeah? Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what human beings need to survive, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? The basic thing, food, shelter, these things, provisions, yeah? To keep us in existence. And then as you become more aspirational, it's things like happiness, love, all that sort of stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So, and what they're trying to say is, in that model is, as you acquire more things, the material things become less important, and you start going for things, aesthetic things like helping others, stuff like that. £1 billion, you go straight to the top of the needs, because now your wishes just happen just like that.
Yeah,
most of us
but that doesn't provide happiness.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Right.
Most of us are working now.
People rich
Does
as
provide
hell are
contentment,
not
though.
happy.
Most of us are working now
because of that same money.
No,
Well, at least you're not miserable.
Most of us are working now for an existence.
We're possibly happy you're miserable.
No. Most of us are working now for existence, yeah. And we're possibly, just put that, if you didn't get paid for 3 paychecks, you'd probably be in a financial crisis, yeah. Imagine you never had to work for the rest of your life. Your kids never had to work, and their kids never had to work because you had this generational wealth. Yeah. And you're gonna tell me I'll sacrifice that for love, my friend? What are you smoking? Street talk, real talk. What are you smoking?
But I still I do get the point of, because when you are in love with someone and you've gelled and your worlds are colliding,
nice.
It doesn't matter. It does feel nice, but what I'm saying is, like, that in itself is as good as $1 billion, though, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. I've been there.
Last longer.
And
$1 billion would last longer.
Yeah, what now?
It can last longer. But then what?
You know what?
You know what? Have $1 billion. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to have $1 billion. It's just, what would I sacrifice for that? Am I going to sacrifice one of my children? Am I going to sacrifice the love of my life? I ain't doing it.
You know what?
You'd love to have $1 million, but it's what you would sacrifice for it. I'm saying I wouldn't sacrifice that option for $1 billion.
Really?
That's it.
Really?
Nah, but Natalie, your experience is different.
No, you would, because
your experience is different. Listen, I don't have children.
I don't know.
No. Seriously, hear what happened. Look, I understand what you're saying when you're talking about true love in terms of like parental love. I mean, damn, I don't want to lose the love of my mom. Never. Hell no. To me, that's true love. Because I could do anything and I could go back to my mom's yard and she will open up her door and she will feed me.
But isn't that unconditional love? It's unconditional. Because
Let the man run.
No, I'm asking a
parental-
question.
okay.
I'm asking. I'm just clarifying.
I'm about to respond, if
Well,
I may.
I don't have any, so I don't give a shit.
I'm saying that's what I term as parental love. You get what I'm saying?
All right, so yeah, unconditional.
My mom will look after me if I go with madness anytime. You understand? I don't want to go that way, but if it were, that's what she would do. That's parental love right there. Now, when we start talking about love between man and woman, there's a trade-off there. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a trade-off there. There's something of a trade-off.
Again, it just depends.
Yeah,
I think it's very individual.
Yeah.
That is very individual. Like, for instance, if you're in the relationship and you're deep in love in the relationship and they say you have to break up with your husband who you love dearly for $1 million, are you going to do it? It's like doing the same thing and you can never get back with them and you can never meet someone else. Yeah. Are you going to do the same thing if you're in the relationship already and you've built something with that person? Are you going to do it?
Okay, let me put it this way now, right? Okay,
I'm going to be
controversial. No, are you going to do it?
Oh, wait.
No, I don't want to do this today.
I'm going to be controversial here now, right? No, are you going to do it? I'm going to answer that question now. Listen to this now, right? Yeah?
What's yes or no?
Women, well, listen, women leave men for nothing, yeah? And they worse off positions. Women sell their womb for nothing. Yeah, and they still got on with it. No, they do, don't they? Let's be honest now.
They do it, not you personally, but there's people out there that do it.
Yeah, and you're telling me, let me tell you something now. If they, listen, I love my kids, I love my brothers and sisters, I love my family. If someone said, listen, I give $1 billion, take all my family, I'm like, where do I sign?
You're wicked.
No, you're wicked. $1 billion. I can buy a new family, my friend.
You're wicked. $1
billion. And they will understand.
I hope your children are not listening and your people, them ain't listening to you. You're wicked. That's
$1 billion. They will understand. I'm Nigerian. They understand.
Yeah. You know, your fast track past the hell is waiting.
Why do you take the money?
The idiot.
Olu, are you saying you would sell your children?
What, for $1 billion?
Yeah.
They would leave me as soon as they find something they in love with. What do you mean? For free?
No.
When your kids get old and they leave you for free, Natalie. Right.
Oh, I know, but I'm still pregnant.
You see?
Oh, listen, my kids are older and I can't wait for them to leave me. I'm waiting.
Kids can be very ungrateful, you know. Kids can be very ungrateful.
So imagine if they left you got $1 billion.
Yeah.
But you know what? I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't sell my sons for $1 billion.
Would you break up with your partner, or you still didn't answer?
I would not leave my husband for £1 million. No.
No, $1 billion.
$1 billion. I wouldn't leave him.
Olu, would you break up?
You understand the magnitude of £1 billion? No.
I
you understand the magnitude.
You know what it is? They think it's like £1,000. You don't want to know $1 billion. $1 billion.
Yeah, but okay, so that's $1 billion.
Break up with your partner.
$1 billion is 1,000 millions.
You guys, all right, because Olu's actively ignoring Natalie. Natalie's not letting it go.
I'm not. You're not escaping this one.
Let's have one conversation.
Right.
Olu, would you break up with your partner that you're madly in love with?
This is part two. This is part two.
I'm going to talk the thing now, right? And then you heard, I just like, oh, bam. Olu's on the market, he's a billionaire.
But you can't fall in love again.
Let me
can't
finish.
Be with no one again.
Let me finish. Do you know, such wealth can make you very attractive.
But it doesn't matter if you're attractive because you can't be with nobody.
That was the question. The question was $1 billion or love. You can't have the $1 billion and then find love.
Right.
You can never have it again.
You can be as attractive as you like.
Yeah.
You can't be with them
this
because
is
you've got
our
$1 billion. It's one or the other. So would you split up with your partner?
Do you know how many people there are in this world?
At least $1 billion. 7
7
billion.
with a partner. The
That's what I'm saying. See, it's a different thing. If I was single, then that would be different. If you're asking me, would I leave my husband and my children for £1 billion? I would say no, because £1 billion or not, that's still hurting, isn't it?
You get over it. The money make you feel better. Trust.
So you would. So Olu. So
When you-
Olu,
Have a couple
you would
drinks
split
off
up
and
with
you'll
your
be cool.
partner for the $1 billion.
Let me tell you something now.
Oh my God.
No, you need to
Oh,
answer this
no.
question.
Try and tell me something again.
You know you get them films and they get the hijack. Oh, we got your son. I want 2 million. You know the ones there.
No. I'll put my foot down now. Every time I ask you, you say, let me tell you something, and you don't tell me nothing.
Because you're where you gone.
What you? Split.
I've answered the question, you know.
For $1 billion.
No, you haven't.
I've answered the question.
Actually answered the question.
I have.
He's saying he would
But
sell
actually,
his
he
kids-
did. He said that he
Thank
would sell his
you.
family. So yeah,
yes.
he did.
sold the whole
He did,
family
yeah.
for $1 billion and get a new
What?
family.
So
My
yes.
great ancestors, when they were doing deals with the slave traders, do you think $1 billion was on the table? Less than that, it was a few.
No,
guns,
but Olu thinks he's smart. Olu's answering very cleverly. Olu is answering very cleverly, and you know I don't drop shit. Olu, yes or no?
I've answered the question. You know?
You haven't. You haven't said yes or no. Would you split up with your
answered the-
partner for $1 billion?
Listen, into something now, right?
Yes,
Oh
he
my
would.
God, he's gonna tell me something. He's gonna tell me something again. He's not gonna say yes or no.
Right,
I'll tell you something.
Natalie, listen to this. Here.
Oh, I can't breathe.
I know my heart. I'm
Listen,
getting all
for $1
hot.
billion, let me tell you something.
Yes.
For $1 billion,
Yes.
my whole family, take all of them.
That's your family. What about your girl?
Do you hear what I just said? Take for $1 billion, take everybody.
So yes.
Take for $1 billion.
No, look, he's not saying yes. So yes.
For
Yeah.
$1 billion. And
Yes.
my family would understand. And they said, they in fact
I'm not
cuff
talking
me if I
about
did
your
it for $1 billion.
family.
So let me ask you
Slippery.
this. So let me ask you this then. if it was, let's take love out of it, $1 billion no sex ever again.
Ooh,
No.
Jesus.
Woo!
Vexing
sex
for
is more-
nothing.
Sex is more
Vexing
powerful than
for
love then,
nothing.
yeah? Wow.
See, now you got me thinking now. You got me thinking. Now.
Oh.
You got me thinking there now.
No. Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay.
You
I'm
can't
gonna
have sex
say
again,
this to you
Roger.
now.
You can't have
Yeah,
sex
check
again.
it. No. I got
$1
you, bro. I
billion or
got you
no
on this
sex?
one. I got
Yeah.
you. Trust me. I got
No
you.
beating of the bishop, nothing.
Listen to me and listen good.
No head, nothing.
Right. So
No
here's how it
sex.
is, right? As men, we communicate love through sex. Yeah. Women communicate their attention or love through talking.
No, I'm pretty sure
That
it's
was
sex
shady.
as well. Trust me.
Roger shady boots, you know.
I was gonna say. So what are you saying, Rog? Then you're not taking
so
the $1
what
billion.
I'm saying is, if you're gonna talk about £1 billion and no sex, listen, yeah, you can keep your $1 billion. I'm gonna rely on my game because I've been alright.
Oh, there's terms now.
I've been alright
Oh,
recently.
well,
You
a
get me?
slap
Now,
and
what we
tickle.
have established is
Oh.
Sex is more important.
What is no, but wait,
For men.
I haven't
For
experienced this
men.
true love that you're talking about. So why am I going to advocate for it?
Say that again, Roger. Sorry.
I haven't experienced this true love that you speak of.
Have you not,
So
babe?
why would I advocate for it?
With all them girls from around the world that you've been
I'm telling
with.
you. Don't worry, Rog, man. Your time's coming, babe.
He said, I haven't experienced this truth
Coming.
that you're speaking.
And I'm telling you, when you experience it, you'll dash where that £1 billion.
It hurts like a mother. Roger, don't be so quick to jump
It
into
only
it.
hurts if it doesn't work, Olu. Don't be horrible.
Yeah, you know
what, at this
when you
age,
put your
Roger,
heart
at
out
this
there,
age-
yeah, as a man, when you put your heart out there, yeah, I nearly married one woman and we went to
Isn't that
nothing.
love?
And you
Isn't
wasn't
that
truly in
true
love
love?
with her?
What?
Wasn't that true love?
I felt true love for her, but all I saw was just bare madness happening. And I was like, you know what? I've seen this movie. The black guy dies.
That's every movie. By the way.
And I'm like,
I can't believe you got today, man. Hilarious.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't do it. I was like, nah, you know what? Don't get me wrong. She was a black woman as well. But the point is, I could see me ending up in a situation where she gets fed up and she wants to do something else or whatever. And I'm like, look, I'm not prepared for that.
Elaborate. Fed up of what?
No. I'm like, nah. I'm live out here. Yeah, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Zoom. No, I'm smarter than that. Oh yeah, no. All I'm saying is my heart was shredded.
That man.
All I'm saying is my heart was shredded. I healed up and I realized and I learned certain things after that.
Never again.
Right.
You get me?
Did you learn, or is it trauma? So do you think you took valuable lessons, or do you think you've shut off certain aspects because of the trauma of that?
Yeah, good question.
I learned to shut off certain things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And does
Because,
it
like,
work?
if you expose yourself, okay, say for example, if this is just random, say you're in high school and you've got certain kids that are doing heroin and you've got certain kids that are going to the library. You've got a decision to make. You've got those kids that are doing heroin and you could follow them, or you could follow those kids that are going to the library. One of those decisions will determine your future. So you could go over there and hang out with them with heroin and see someone overdose and die, and you're like, oh, raw, I think I should go to the library. And then you go library. I went library.
Right.
I did both.
No, it's hard out here. It's hard out here because you see what? Yeah, everybody's different. And I understand that it's subjective. People have different experiences and so on and so forth. But you got to understand that as hard as we are as men, because we have to be. Remember, everybody asked, someone asked, what does everybody do? I do enforcement. I confront people every day. I look into people's souls and I take what is supposed to be taken from them.
Wow.
Oh, you're lovely. How do you get him off?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
A bailiff, like, you mean, that kind of enforcement?
No, I'm not going to specify. All I can say is I do enforcement.
Fair enough.
It's for health and safety, of course.
But like I'm saying, fine.
Yeah. So it's a case where you do confrontation all the time, and there's interaction. You've got different responses. You've got some people that are really cooperative, and they're like, "Oh, look, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, here we are, blah blah blah." And then you got those, what, rare, and then you got the police involved, and maybe even an altercation. It can get really bad. So as a man, when you go out into a world like that, right, and then you go out trying to talk to women, and they're also combative, they're also talking about how
who needs that, man?
About whatever. It's like, raw. Where do we go?
Yeah.
So it's yeah. That's my piece anyway.
I think it's good to kind of, for us as in general, to go around to kind of figure out what are valuable lessons to take with us, and what is trauma not to carry and project. So it's kind of as well, it's kind of for us to no one else can do that work for us. We have to do it. So I think we've all probably been through bad experiences here on the panel. Absolutely. And it's just about differentiating, like, I've been in the relationships and I'm like, I will never do that again. I will never do that. And I'm like, I've had to question myself, is that trauma or is that learning from it? And it's just being able to kind of differentiate what is a toxic lessons and what is actually trauma and what is actually something valuable that you're able to take on and that is actually elevating you on your next kind of journey. Sorry, I'm just gonna throw something at my cat.
I get your question, Natalie, and I'm going to answer very simply with one word.
Yeah.
Discipline.
Yeah.
Discipline that we learned when we were kids. Discipline that we're supposed to cultivate in our teens and in our early 20s and whatever, and discipline that we're supposed to maintain in our later life.
Yeah.
Fail that. I've seen it over and over again. You know, where even when I'm dealing with people that I know that I've learned in the same circles as me, and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
You know, like, why are you lacking discipline here and there? You're supposed to, you know, you're supposed to conduct yourself in a certain way in certain situations, and they don't. And you're like, okay, let me try again, because you have to as a leader. It's crazy like that, because that's what we are as men. We're supposed to be leaders. We're supposed to be patient. We're supposed to keep going back and keep trying again.
Yeah.
It's tiring though, Natalie.
I know.
Trust me.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I just think that sometimes if we don't differentiate it, we can kind of project it in a negative way. I think we've all probably done it. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that's why we need to kind of be able to kind of differentiate that.
I mean, I've been in competition with myself ever since I broke up with that girl.
Right.
And when I say in competition with myself, I'm talking about, I look at the guy that I was yesterday, and I look at the guy that I've been today, and I evaluate whether or not I've been better in every single aspect.
Yeah.
Have I prayed more? Have I performed better at work? Have I been nicer to people? Have I looked after myself more? What did I eat? You know, have I worked out better today?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like competition with me yesterday and trying to get better, because that's the only competition I've got.
Yeah.
I stay in my lane.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? Michelle made a good point. She said, if you don't allow yourself to love again, you allow the person who broke your heart the first time to rob you twice. I think that's a good point. That's a good
Very good point. Very good point, Mish.
Yeah, very good point.
Oh, Mish.
Someone else has said, no, that was it.
Can I also add to that as well? That, can I also add as well? Taking in mind what you said, Roger, and what you just said here now, Natalie, trauma is a response to an event that's for something emotional in you. Yeah. How you respond to it. So it could be something like you're raped or a natural disaster or something like that. It's how you respond to it emotionally. That's what they call trauma. I think the word has been used quite loosely of late. Like, oh, everyone's got some sort of trauma in their life. Yeah, because as humans, we learn to adapt. You face a flood, it's traumatic experience, you learn to adapt. When we talk about trauma in relationship, it's about, okay, you may have had what they call a toxic or a negative relationship, but the true learning comes from saying, okay, being reflective and saying, what could I have done differently that I do not repeat in my next relationship? So the key is not carrying trauma, it's about being reflective and having an honest look at how the part you played in that relationship, and are you going to repeat that or learn from it?
But what I'm saying is sometimes what we can do, I've done it, is because you might have done something great in the relationship that was good, but because it wasn't received well by that person or they didn't appreciate it, I will never do that again. That is not something to learn from. That's not a trait. That's what I'm saying. We've got to differentiate when I say trauma is because it went wrong, because that person didn't deserve it and didn't take it how it should have been taken. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't treat someone good again, ever. Like, I would never be submissive to a man again because I was submissive to him and So I've learned never to be submissive for a man again. That's toxic. That's not a learning trait that you want to take with you. That's because you're traumatized by what that individual done. So it's kind of coming out of there and being able to weigh up, okay, what is fear and what is what I've actually learned.
But in that situation, that is a missed opportunity because you're not being truly reflective. Truly reflective means owning your mistakes. Not just putting it out there, well, he did this, he did that. What part did you play? That's hard to do because we like to be critical of others, not of ourselves. So when Roger says, every day I want to be a better version of myself and I compare myself to myself, that's a very hard thing to do to get to that level. You have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I could have done better there. You know, that's not easy to do. To get to that level takes a lot of experience. Because I mean, look at earlier today. I laughed. You know, what's all that about? Nikki said something. I got defensive, because we don't like it. So when you hold him in front of yourself, and say, you know what? Are you the best version of yourself? Sometimes you might have to say, when I was around, no, not actually, because you know what, put on a bit of weight, been a bit lazy, slacking at work. It's very hard to really look at yourself and say, these areas can be improved.
I think we're both. I think you're both talking about different things, though. So Natalie's actually saying what I'm getting from it. You're saying, Olu, that we have to be reflective and we have to own our own mistakes and take responsibility for where we've gone wrong. Yeah, and be reflective and look at yourself in the mirror. But I think what Natalie is saying is, don't take something from the relationship and make it become a toxic kind of trait. Like she was saying, like, for instance, I was with my ex, I used to treat him really well. He treated me like shit. So I'm now going to be with someone and not do that again because that person didn't receive it very well. So I think it's a bit different to reflecting. That's kind of making that's PTSD almost. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're never going to let that happen to you again. So you're never going to be nice, or you're never going to fall in love or whatever. So I think it's kind of, I see it from different angles.
Yeah, but also, it doesn't mean you have to change who you are. It just means being your true self. Because if you're naturally a nice, giving person and someone didn't appreciate it, doesn't mean you'd be horrible. You mean you just say to yourself, you know what, that person didn't deserve that. I'm still going to be who I am, and the right person will benefit from that. That's what I mean. You don't change yourself in a bad experience.
I agree. Yeah, but I think
that is part of the reflective process. I mean, because as men, we might listen. Every man's been through this place. You approach a woman and she's told you about yourself. You think, I will never do that again. But you say, you know what? Her loss.
Yeah.
As you get older, you become more experienced. Her loss, because I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
You just didn't see it.
So let's whiz through some of these the comments from our group, and then we'll move on to the next topic, guys. I would choose the money. Colette Registry said, I would choose the money. I would choose love, as money would only make you happy short term. So going back to the actual original topic. Alison said, true love for who? Me or my partner? I would choose the money.
And Esther replied, oh my gosh, with bare laughing faces.
And then someone, Natalie said, hallelujah. $1 billion, show me the money, says Abby. Anthony said, 1 billion, please. It will help me find love and anything else someone.
No, it won't, because you're not allowed. This is the point.
$1 billion, the money for the love of my children and my descendants that will come after me, said Michelle, admin and producer. This one, Kay Marie, money please. Diane said, gosh, my first thought was true love, but reading the comments, 1 billion, I can find true love along with a new home, fitness and health trainer.
No, you can't.
Traveling around the world, shopping around the world, good life.
No.
You can shop, you can do everything, but you can't find true love. They're missing the point. That's why I think some of their comments might have been different if they actually clocked.
We've already, it should have been sex or love. Sex or love, because it's like people don't believe in love anymore.
They think that, and I think we think it's getting a bit cross wires, because you're saying it's not get the money and then find love. No, it's either or, ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Look at Sammy Joe's one now.
Hang on, Arabina said, true love won't pay the bill. Sorry, my daddy taught me to always secure the bag first. Give me the money, please.
You see?
Sammy Jones, it was a gift and he was dancing with the money. It was actually quite funny. I said, so no one believes in love anymore? So Kay Marie said, true love and poverty no look good pun me.
It's true.
And so the general consensus is the money.
The money, there you go. Yeah.
Hassani said 1 billion and I will love myself.
There you go.
I'm disgusted.
Roger, you said, do you remember when the Titanic sank? That's about the same time love died. I'll take the billion and act like nothing happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cold as ice. Mark Shaw said he believed in love. I believe you have true love already. In that case, I understand you won't miss it. You won't miss what you don't have. Charlene said, the money will run out, I'll take love.
Not a billion.
Said,
No.
what the
Not
hell are
billion.
you buying that the £1 billion would run out? Send me your bank statement. The general consensus.
You get me?
Did you read Angela's comment?
Said, $1 billion can go a long way, but true love is very hard to find because she can love you today and leave you tomorrow. There's me thinking, but the money will always be there.
Yep.
Amma said, that's not true love. This says true love is sort of kind of not like, it's not true love.
Yeah.
Love is fleeting, ladies. It is fleeting.
Trust me.
Not true love, though. It's saying
It
true
is.
love is not supposed to be.
That's right.
Men don't believe in love. They do believe in
That's
sex.
true.
That's what I've gathered. Anyway, next topic. So, Keith Murray, Mr. Magic Murray, our resident troll. We love him though. He posted, you don't need money to be a good father, or do you?
No, but it obviously helps.
Yeah.
Obviously, you need, you're going to need to provide for your children. Yeah. Don't tell me that you're not coming to see your kids because you haven't got any money. That's foolishness. Because it's not, your kids will never remember, oh, I don't know, the trainers you bought them or whatever. Maybe they will, but as they get older, they will more than cherish the time that they've had with their father.
With their father. I know a bagger man, not a bagger man. I know a few men who have money.
Yeah.
Nothing related to me, but I know a few men that have money and they don't look after their kids properly. They don't see them. They're in and out. They don't really have a relationship.
What do the women do?
Listen to you now.
What do the women do?
Oh no, I can't. I'm not even. Listen.
No, actually,
you don't
hold
want
on.
it.
What
You
was
don't
my
want it.
comment?
What did the women do?
You don't want it.
A
You don't
man
want it.
has got resources, not looking after his kids. What have they done to the man?
The man's a damn fool. The end. It's not always the woman's fault why a man acts up. Sometimes he's just an idiot on his own.
What's Roger's face?
Roger, you won.
Oh, like it's always down to something we done to make him act like a fool. No, sometimes they're just like that because they're just selfish.
Yeah.
Well, you know
That's
what?
male and female.
That is again, that is the difference between men and women and the whole ego thing. Because if you're telling me that you would not see your child or your offspring that you made and brought into this world because you haven't got any money, something's wrong with your ego, bro.
Oh, can I just say something? Can I just address that? Correction, that the woman decided to have and bring to the world.
Oh, okay, but she had them by herself then, yeah?
No. The
you know what?
woman
That's enough.
to have the child.
Slippery slope.
You have to run with it.
Slippery
That's
slope.
enough. That's enough. Men
No.
can't have babies. Men cannot have babies. Women can. So yes, a woman is always going to have a child. So let's not get into that. We can get into it. We can get into it.
No, Nikki, we can get into it.
Let's not get into it.
Let's get into it.
Okay.
But why is it that if the man does something wrong or the man's not stepping up in some kind of way,
it's her fault for
why
having
does
a
it have
child?
to be what did the woman do? So he can only act up if the woman's done something to him. Oh, I don't think so. Because I feel like men manage that very well on their own, independently fucking up.
The children I have were made, planned, and I didn't just go out and have babies, yeah? So I didn't surprise him and say, oh, I'm pregnant. Oh my God, what do you mean pregnant? We knew exactly what we was doing and what we was planning. So don't later on tell me, if we break up, that you ain't got no money and you can't come and see and look after your kids. I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it.
Some men, and it's a fact, I don't care, I've seen it. Some men, once the relationship is done, they're done.
Yeah.
When it shouldn't be like that. If your relationship is done, you carry on your kids, but sometimes they only want their real interest is in the female. So they'll only do things around the female. If the female's not playing ball or she's not interested when he's sniffing around, he ain't interested in his kids. I know of cases like that. So there's those kind of scenarios as well. Another thing is, you always want to make sure, as Angela says, every woman should always be equipped to look after her children. Yes, the father should be there, but the man can leave or stop at any time, unfortunately. And that's why, and I know everyone says thank you, but when we talk about independent women, you lot want to get us. But this is why we have to be very independent, is because there are things like this. Men can bounce at any time. And if you're not independent and you're not self-sufficient, if you are left with children, what the hell are you going to do if you're a little church mouse Stepford wife? You're not going to be able to cope. So this is where the independence of women and women feeling like they need to cover their backs is for situations like this.
Yeah.
If I had a mic, I would drop it.
You finish now? Yeah.
Respond, Olu. Come on, Olu. Respond.
Let me
just want to argue with me. That's not arguable. I don't care. I don't care to argue that. I think that was a very fair point.
Let me address your point. Yeah. First of all, you've mixed many things here together into one. First of all, we're talking about women having kids, having a choice to have a child, and then living the consequences of the decision after that. Then the consequences.
Hold on, let the man speak.
Let me finish now. Right, hold on. I've said this before in a previous show. Just because you have sex doesn't mean you have to have babies.
I agree.
Right? There's a big difference between having sex and having babies.
I agree.
And all too often, we jump into relationships, and a child is just an afterthought of the relationship.
All right.
No, let me finish.
No, seriously, let him finish.
Let him finish now.
Let the man finish.
Right? That's number one. And number two, you can't go from being a boyfriend to right, I can't be a father. You didn't have that conversation half the time, you women. You didn't have that conversation. And I'm talking from experience, yeah? So you can't go from being, I like you with boyfriend to be a father, do ABC. He has no template to look at.
So we do. So we do.
So then, Olu, for just picking up on what your point was about with men and women and, you know, just having sex and then a baby comes or whatever. So on that note then, whose responsibility is it not to have a baby? Is it the females? Is it down to her to have...
What do you think, Nikki?
I think it's both people's responsibility. It's not just for me, because if I don't want a baby, then I'm going to use contraception. If I do want a baby, I'm going to tell him I want a baby.
Right.
Okay.
If you're doing what you're going to do bareback, then you might get a baby.
So what are you saying?
Because
obviously it's different now. Are you saying back in the day?
Go on, Olu.
Sorry, Olu.
Okay. You see, this is the part that women don't like hearing. I'm going to say women generally don't like hearing this part, right? If you are going to let a man put himself into your body, yes, come tell you, right? Putting body into yours, yeah. You need to take responsibility for your body. Number one, yeah. Number two, if what comes out of your body, you're gonna blame it on the man. Then that makes it you're a very foolhardy woman, because it's your body. Remember, he's putting himself into your body. Take responsibility what comes out.
Yeah, but Olu,
your sperm, it can't come out of you.
Wow.
Okay, can I respond? Can I respond now? Can I respond?
Because I'm listening. I'm like, wow. But I want to be able to hear everybody. So can we just go around the screen and respond so that everyone can hear? Yeah?
Okay, Olu. Yeah. You know, you said you've got older children, right?
Yep.
Are you with their mum?
No.
Right. Whose fault is that? Yours or hers?
Looking back, both of us. But I would say.
So why is it not like that for everyone else? Why is it
No. You see, I've been in that position before, and I know I've had kids, and while we're dating, kids wasn't even on the agenda. They were a byproduct of our relationship, and now we're trying to be this. We're trying to be this family. What I'm trying to say is, if we're honest, most women who have kids and not the baby fathers, right? Probably didn't plan the kids. They probably didn't plan them.
So, isn't that a mistake on your part, Olu? Not everybody else's. Because number one, right, my first, I've got 2 sets of children with 2 different men, right? My older children, they were planned. Yeah, we went from boyfriend to parents. We were together for years, right? Then that was that, okay? My second, I got married and had children. And you know why? Because my husband said he don't want a baby mother. He wants his wife to have his children.
Right.
So,
see the difference.
so this is what I'm saying. So my children were not the byproducts of me just sleeping with some geezers. Yeah, they were planned. So if I break up with any of my children's fathers, don't tell me you ain't got money, time, or anything for those children that we planned to bring into this world. And that's it. End of. There's other girls out there, I know, that are out there shagging man for babies and whatever, but that a lot of the times that's not how it actually goes. And another point I want to address with you, Olu, is you said if a woman allows a man into her body, yeah, but you are the man, or the man is the
entering
person that is entering that body. So you're both at risk here. So why is it the woman's responsibility? That's what I said to you. If she wants to have a baby, she will have a baby. If you don't want to have a baby, then wrap it and strap it and be safe.
Yeah, no, Nikki, I said it's both of you, but ultimately, okay, put it this way now. If you let a thief come to your house and you know he was a thief and he robs your yard, whose fault is that?
That's not my fault.
But then you're making the man sound predatory in all the situations. It's not like that. And I think like that, so every scenario is different. Like literally, even you can be one person like Nikki. I've got my daughter from when I had her when I was young. And then I've got my sons that I had from my engagement. Two completely different scenarios. So I'm one person in two different scenarios, let alone the array of different people. I don't think it's just as simple as saying, well, if she lets you in, then, you know, people shouldn't just be having kids just because you have sex. It don't mean you have to have kids. It's not always like that. You're not with your kid's mum.
Natalie, let me say this now, right? It's a fact that a high proportion of kids born in the black community are born out of wedlock, number one. Yeah. It's number two, the chances are vastly reduced if the parents do not get married before they have these kids. It's a fact. Do not argue with it. Yeah, it's a fact. That's why they always say marry before you have kids.
Right.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, especially in our generation, we like the fact that okay, we want to have kids, we might live together, but we have the kids and we might have this pseudo family. Yeah, because it feels right. But ultimately, now we must start thinking, we've seen the product of building families on this basis. It's not robust, it's not secure. We need to do better. So what we need to be telling our young people, and I told my sons this, listen, if you're gonna sleep with a woman, strap up, because trust me, even if she gets punished, not having it, she could change her mind. So you protect yourself, rude boy.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Right. You're seeing that, right? Hold on, listen. However, should a mistake happen, who has the ultimate decision? VAR goes to the woman, doesn't it? The VR, the VR referees the woman.
Right.
Decides, well, actually, I'm having a baby. Ultimately, isn't it? It's a woman's choice.
Well, yeah.
And it's not an easy choice to make.
It's not an easy choice.
Example, guys, let me give an example. My mum explained to me that, similar to you guys, she had my 3 brothers for one man. She was young. And then she met my dad and then got pregnant with me. But she didn't want any more kids after having my 3 brothers because she never wanted to have 2 baby daddies. She never wanted to do that. So she had the coil fitted. And then she said that she started to feel sick or whatever the case may be, went to the doctors, and the doctors was like, no, you're fine. The coil's still in the right place and all of the rest of it. And then once they did discover that I was pregnant, that she was pregnant with me, they were like, well, the coil's still in the right place, so she won't make, like, the coil would abort her, basically. Long story short, the coil came out a day before me. It didn't abort me, and here I am. But she didn't plan me. She took precautions to not have me, but here I am. When she was pregnant, my dad was very much like, well, I want, she said, he always said, have her. So he always said, I want you to have my baby girl, have the baby, have the baby, have the baby, have the baby, have the baby. She, in her mind, was like, anyhow this coil does what it's supposed to do, there ain't gonna be no baby right here, yeah? But here I am. My dad left when I was 4.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. Do you understand what I'm saying? She didn't want the baby. The doctors told her that it wouldn't happen. he begged for me to be here. Left didn't really look bad when I was 4.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as cut and dry as,
no,
you know, like it had gone past the time to abort me, because, and then at that point, do you really want to be giving birth to a stillborn? Because it becomes a different scenario once it goes past a different time. Yes, we do have the responsibility for what comes out of our bodies, but we can't just have a baby on our own. We require you for so many things as our men, and having a baby is one of those things. So it's not, yes, it comes out of our body. Ultimately, it's our decision. I do get what you're saying, but without your input, there wouldn't be no baby. So for us to just turn around and do the masculine thing and not even, well, I'm not having it, I don't care what nobody says. Yeah, it's not as cut and dry as that, I don't think.
But you know what? Can I just take that?
I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
A few posts ago, when I was active, I said something, and I was talking about how some men are deceptive.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are we in agreement? Some men are deceptive, yeah? Yeah? We good?
Yeah.
Same page? All right, then now we move on. Then you have those people whereby they have one mindset at one point in their life, and then they change their mind or their situation changes. I don't know what it is. And I'm taking into consideration what Trisha has just described, okay? Where 1 minute a man's like, yeah, have the baby, baby's born, you're there for 4 years, and then you duck out, gone, like, why? Yeah? So I understand that you've got those people out there. But ladies, let's agree as well that you've got certain members of the female population, yeah, whereby, look, I mean, I had a really mad experience a while ago, and I think I described this a while ago as well, where I was like, look, I told this girl that, look, I have this abortion, it's not mine, blah, 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 yeah? Turns out, after I've been to court, gotten a DNA test, it's not mine. Imagine if I decided, oh, pregnancy test, you're positive. Oh, I slept with you. Okay, it's mine. And then 18 years later, huh?
She's just a liar.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say to you is this. What I'm saying is you've got liars in both parties. You've got men that are liars, and you've got women that are liars.
But
see what I'm saying? So when it comes down to the responsibility thing, if you're real, if you remember, no bravado, you know, real talk, innit? So if you're real about it and you're like, yeah, okay, this is what I want to do, then walk about it. Don't just talk about it.
Yeah. No, but it's not.
Can I ask you something, Roger? You said that she told you she was pregnant, and then you said that it wasn't yours. What made you jump to the conclusion it wasn't yours?
Protection on my part.
Okay, so you
every time.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. You can get pregnant on condoms, but
it's a possibility, and that's why I went to court with her, and I went for the DNA test.
Right.
Right. So did you? Right. So you said protection every time. So fair enough. That's why you
No, but remember, despite me having protected myself every time, she was adamant for 9 months. Adamant that it was me for 9 months. These times she's dealing with God knows how many people. You see what I'm saying?
I'm getting lots of inbox messages about your face, Natalie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like smile now.
Lots of messages. Natalie's face just kills me.
I'm just taking it in. I'm taking it in.
I mean, like I've come across this, and someone quite close to me had 2 children, who got with a girlfriend and said, I don't want no more children. But then he was with a younger person. Yeah. So I said to him, I hope you are using contraception, because this girl is a few years younger than me with no children. And she sees how you are with your children. So why wouldn't she want to have a child for you? So I hope you're strapping up anyway. Lo and behold, 6 months later, she was pregnant. Yeah. He said, I don't want it. She said, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. See?
And
Her decision.
but it was her
decision that she doesn't care.
Right, yeah. But going back to my point earlier, if a woman wants to have a baby, then you and you don't want to have a baby, then you have to be responsible for your contraception. Like you said, Roger, you strapped up every single time, and that's what you've got to do if you don't want to have any more children. Absolutely. You can't expect a younger woman who kind of talks about children, and you've had the conversation and you said, no, I don't want no kids, and she's like, oh, you know what, but I'm thinking about it. Then what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen?
It's not just a case of what Ollie said earlier, don't let a man in you. It's both if there's discussion around it, it's a two-way street. Yeah. I'm not taking responsibility away from the women, but I'm definitely not taking responsibility away from the man either.
Yeah, but can I just say something, Natalie? The original question was man with money who don't look after their kids. And the point I was trying to make is this: all too often, we've gone from boyfriend, girlfriend to now you want to be a responsible father. And you can't judge him because he has money, he's not responsible with his kids, because that might not have been his agenda when he met you. But you're trying to force it on him, and you'll discredit him, saying he's a worthless man. Look at him, he don't look after his kids, got to pay money. Yeah, because that wasn't what he's looking after. But you denigrate the man because of that.
Is that okay? Then?
You might not have had kids before as well as a woman.
It's not
but as a parent, you have to learn to adapt. It's a learning process. You learn as you go.
Yeah, but the choice of a parent was made by the woman.
It's about spending time. You can have money, but you don't spend no time with your kids. So even if a man has money, who wants a man that's got money but never sees his kids? What about a man who's not as financially fluent, but his kids are right for his kids?
That's right.
And has a deep relationship and is able to guide his kids, show his kids the way, and do what he needs to do as a father. He may not be able to give them everything physically or materially, or all the.
Do you know it comes back to what we said at the start of the show about expectations from men and from women, and I'm going to keep repeating this. Just because you sleep with a man, you get pregnant, you don't expect to be a responsible father.
Come
on. The two do not make up.
No, I don't equate. But I do expect you to make. But you do expect
make steps.
To make an effort towards it, especially if you have children, whether or not you're checking for that girl or not. You've now got a child.
I'm going to reveal something to you now.
Can I say something real quick?
Let me just say one thing, Roger.
Okay,
most men are dragged over the line to be responsible fathers, and I'm talking about myself from experience, because when you have kids young as a man, you think, shit, my life is mashed up, I can't rave, can't do this with a guy, and you're forced by the woman to be responsible. You see, it's only as you get older, you think, you know what, if I'm gonna have kids, you learn that. But as a young man having kids, and you weren't even on the agenda, you've gone from boyfriend to you have to be this responsible father. No, it doesn't work like that for guys.
Okay, but you go from girlfriend to being a mum, pushing out you,
but that's your choice if you want to have the baby.
Okay, but it's your child at the same time.
Roger, what do you want to say?
I don't think responsibility and everything is to both people, don't business. Even if she has decided to have the child, it's still both people. Still.
If you actively say you have that child, I'm not going to be a part of that life, fine, go about your business. I won't have nothing to do with you, trust me, because I don't want my child to be around that energy. But if you think you're going to be there, but like if you think you're going to be like a part-time dad, that's not going to work. Your child needs stability, so you pick. But there's too many guys that like to float in and out when it suits them, instead of actually, thinking about the child itself. We as women, just because we're mums, it's not just naturally in us. We are learning as we go as well. We are not all naturally just instilled with certain things. We have to learn as we go as well. So if you are not just going to bounce, you have to make a decision. You can't do 1 foot in, 1 foot out when you've got kids. So if you're out, fine. Then we know you're out. We're not thinking about you. But you're not going to be breaking promises to my children. You're not going to... I don't have this problem, by the way, because my kid's dad is amazing. Yeah, so let's just get that there. I'm not talking from experience. But you're not going to be in and out of the child's life, half and half, lukewarm, kind of there, letting them down, That's what you're not going to do. So if you're not going to be in it, you're not doing it. So that's what I'm talking about. If you're not going to be there and you say from good, well, if you have this, I'm not involved. Fine, stay there and make sure you stay not involved.
Yeah, but Natalie, ultra often it's not fine. You know why? Because you say that to the guy, he bounces. You see him in his German way, think, oh, you got money now, right? CSA's ass. That's how most women move.
No, I've got two friends. I've got two friends that I know that have had that happen. My friend was in a relationship, a very good 2-year relationship. She got pregnant. He'd never had an issue about it before. He lost his mind. He left her. He told her, I don't want nothing to do with her. She's the kind of person, she said, yeah, okay, cool. Keep that energy. She hasn't bothered him for money. She hasn't bothered him for nothing. She gets on with her and her daughter. She ain't worried. Her daughter's 4 now. She don't bother him.
That's a minority. A lot of women don't behave like that. But I do know someone who have done that.
Yeah, I know some people that have done that, because at the same time, there's a dignity thing for me as well. Like, yes, I know we both made it. But if you're telling me you don't want nothing to do with me and you think I'm going to be running behind you, I ain't doing that. That's what I'm not doing. So you can stay there. If you tell me from the get-go, I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm a person. Okay, cool. Keep that energy though.
But in that situation,
I'm going to admit Angela wants to jump on, so I'm going to admit Angela.
I still believe that even if the woman wants to have the baby and the man doesn't want to have the baby, she's well within her rights to ras him with the CSA.
Oh no, Nikki,
she's well within her rights. Why not?
No,
so what? Then she shouldn't bother him. So shouldn't she bother him, Olive?
She decided to have the baby.
So should she leave him?
No.
So does that man then have no responsibility for that child then? Is that what you're saying? If he doesn't want to have a child,
Nikki,
answer the question. So if he doesn't want to have,
he doesn't answer the question then.
Can I?
Yes or no? Let Olu, yes or no answer.
Yeah. If he doesn't want to have the child and she has the child, are you saying that she has no right whatsoever to ask him financially to contribute to his child's upbringing? Even if he doesn't want CSA or not. Are you saying that's wrong? Are you telling me that's wrong?
Boris,
you have to answer me, please, Olu. You have to answer me.
Well, the women are afforded rights by the law. So obviously she has a passage which she can actually pursue the man for resources.
Do you think it's right? Or do you not think it's right? Do you think it's right that a woman pursues someone that didn't want to have a child with her for financially or CSA to help bring up the child?
Okay, do you think it's right for a woman to have a child that man doesn't want?
Do I think it's right for a woman to have a child?
Good question.
I think it's that woman, that's on her. I don't think that it's ideal.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think I don't think it's ideal. And personally,
women do that.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm asking you about the financial assistance.
Yeah, but it stems from that because if
for example, from the biological situation in the first place.
But imagine now, right? I'm with a woman now. I decide to take out a loan. I put my partner's name on it and I default. Should she have to pay for it? She had nothing to do with it.
But no,
I don't understand your point.
It's the same thing. Yes.
I don't understand the point.
No, it's not the same thing. Simply because if you go and you take something out, and I say I stood guarantor, for instance, I had something to do with it. But if you've just gone and taken something out independently and I've got nothing to do with it, then no. You're actively involved in making this baby.
I know personally women. I know people who have relationship with women. The woman hasn't heard from them, and then years later, I had your child. Didn't even tell the guy.
That's wrong.
Didn't even tell the guy.
That's wrong.
Is that right or wrong?
What you told me as a woman.
I believe that's.
If the guy doesn't want to have the kid and she wants to have the kid, then I don't want to hear from him.
They had a casual relationship, they had sex and never saw each other again, and years later you found out she had a child. She never told you, she never bothered you. Is that right?
No, it's not right.
It's not. But
that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you. Ultimately, it's a woman's decision to have the child. What comes from that is about negotiation, it's about making the best possible deal. But don't demonize a man because he wasn't part of your decision making when you went to have a child, and in some cases he expressed he didn't want that child. You can't demonize all men for that.
I don't think it's about no one's demonizing, and I didn't demonize at all in this whole situation. I have never demonized any man. What I have said is that men have to be responsible for any children that comes into this life if it's made with their goddamn sperm. Simple.
God damn sperm as well.
Don't care. Sorry,
Yeah.
they have a responsibility.
And
Damn,
any woman,
Checking
any woman
with
that
some of the
produces,
comments.
any woman that produces a child
Firstly,
from her
sorry,
private
firstly, let's,
parts or from her
sorry,
stomach,
Olu.
responsible for a child live.
Sorry, firstly, let's say hi to Angela. Angela, weigh in on this before I go to comments from the group members.
Hello, Angela.
I miss you, Olu. You know, I'm your
Yeah,
super
you
fan.
left it late, man. You left it late.
I had a car crash this evening. Don't ask. But everyone's fine. Everyone's fine. Bit stressful. Just sorting things out. Yeah, don't worry. It's all sorted. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Wasn't my fault, so it's good. Not my fault. So what I was just saying, for me, I get it. I agree with Nikki quite a lot. I mean, obviously, if there's, for me, two parents consent to have a child, yes, a man should equally be responsible. A woman decides to have a child against the man's will, I think the onus there falls on the woman. But what I'm saying is that 9 out of 10, most times the child will be with the mother, okay? Ultimately, you can't force any man to pay for their kid. You can't
unless you go for CSA, babe. You go for CSA. You go for CSA.
Any smart man will not show CSA what he has. CSA, how much are you really going to get from it?
Well, unless he's a road man, but if you've got a job, then they will find your backside because you pay tax.
Personally, for me, all that energy, I see chicks, I see women chasing down their kids. That all that energy, you're chasing down the man to force him to pay. You could be doing something to pay for your kids.
Not through CSA.
A woman.
You ain't chasing nothing.
You're Nikki. You're married. What have you? Okay, stable relationships. For me, why are you? You can't force someone to pay for. The man should be responsible. Yes, he should. Yeah. Even okay. Let me just use my situation, like people, just so this is why I am the way I am. I had my son with his father. It wasn't planned. It came about, right? His dad is a responsible man. Yeah. Lockdown came. The industry that he works for was very turbulent. Now my son goes to private school. Yeah. We pay fees, a lot of money per year for my son to go to school. His dad wasn't able to provide for about 6 months. Me as a woman, I have to step up and take responsibility of those bills. Am I supposed to say because his dad can't contribute during that time, I should take him out of school? So my argument is that every woman, you should equip yourself. Yeah, if you're married, it's different, Nikki. If you're not married or you're not with a child's father or the man's not even responsible, you should equip yourself. How are you gonna? For me, that's how I work. I will work twice as hard to make sure my son doesn't compromise. That's how it is. But women use all their energy chasing down a man to pay £100 each. What is that?
No.
Real talk.
Real
talk.
All right. Nikki, you responded, then I want to make a point.
I think that situation that Angela spoke about is different. What you say that he's not working and all that, that's a different situation. I'm not going to run down the man because you lost your job or whatever. It was lockdown. That's different. Yeah, I'm talking about the idiot people then that want to dig out girl and go on their high heels and not even pay no attention, no nothing. And when I'm asking you or I'm trying to get you to contribute,
you don't have to ask a man to pay for his kids. If it's to ask a man to pay for his kids,
okay,
it's the wrong man in the first place. You have to ask a man. You've got to step up and pay for your own kids. You got to pay for your own kids. If my son is out, if I'm going out with my son, and my son looks disheveled, they will never say, "Oh, what happened to Angela's? What happened to what's going on with the child? Why so and so son looking?" They'll always say, "Oh, I saw Angela with her son. They didn't look too good." It's the mother. That's not how it should be. All right. But 9 out of 10, the child with the mothers have to do their work. They have to look after their kids. If the man steps in, use that money even as savings, emergency. But you as a woman should make sure you've got 100% money to look after your children. You can't be relying on somebody month in chasing people for their money. If the man wants to pay for his kids, the money will come voluntary before you even ask. From the time you're asking him, he's not. So you should start learning beforehand that I need to make sure I've always got it for my kids.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Pause there for 1 minute. Roger's got to go because he's got an early start. So let's salute. So lovely to see you, Roger.
Bye, Roger. Thank you. See you later.
Respect to everybody. Big up.
See you soon,
Nice one. Holding up the fort,
great
nice one.
We're going to wrap up soon.
Natalie,
anyway.
all you ladies, Nikki, everyone, thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
And your camera's gone.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. Right. Sorry.
So, Nikki, you disagree. I agree.
I disagree to a point. I understand.
I agree to a point and disagree to a point.
I totally get what she's saying.
My mum had to do it all on her own, based on people not doing what they say they're going to do. And she said that she's just not the type of person, if you don't want to be involved, I'm not going to chase you and run you down. I'm going to just look after my kids myself. But then this goes back to what we were saying originally about women having this masculinity that men find unattractive. But when we're continuously placed in positions where we've got to raise your children, you've got to make sure that, because the man's got the option to just bounce. And even though it takes two to make a baby, the man has the option to just bounce, and it's the woman's responsibility to make sure that kid is looked after, if it's a male or a female. If she switches on her masculine energy to get through that, what else is she supposed to do? Because we're creating an environment here, or we have created an environment here, where men don't have to take any responsibility.
Exactly. And doing that, but by letting them just go off and not allowing and not making them face their responsibilities is enabling it to happen. As far as
but what are you gonna do, Nikki? You're gonna women, are you gonna chase? You're gonna really pick up your phone every day, asking somebody?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is, if I was in that position, I would be calling the CSA and I would be making sure that there's because I'm not doing it on my own. I'm not doing it.
But you chose to have the child, though.
But no, the mother has to. She got choice to have a child.
Now you want the man's help.
The man helped me to get
Please. How did the baby get there?
No.
This is why we're in the state that we're in. Let me explain something to you. Yeah? My mum was a single parent to 3 kids, okay? My dad didn't give a goddamn shit about us. Not a shit, all right? I grew up without my dad. I grew up with my granddad being more like my dad and my uncles being more like my dad. So I knew for a fact there is no way on this earth that my children are going to be fatherless. Never, ever. And I made sure that happened, yeah? Even though I broke up with him, or do you know what I'm saying? It didn't work or whatever, but I made sure that happened. And even still, we're talking about money. You know, my older kid's dad didn't always have money to throw at me, but I weren't cussing him because he didn't pay, but because he was there for his kids.
But Nikki, you chose the right guy. You
but he wasn't the right guy because we never stayed together. He wasn't the right guy.
Okay, but you chose. But you might have chose the right partner, but you chose a good father. You chose a good father. So some women don't go out there and choose the right father.
But he was a boyfriend. But he was a boyfriend before he was a father. And but so we became parents together.
Yeah, but of course, but you knew he would be a good father.
Yeah.
Can I say something as the only man here on the panel? Yeah, from a man's point of view, and a man who's had kids and with different women. A lot of women hedge their bets when they meet guys. A lot of women hedge their bets. They think, you know what, this guy, especially see how you are around the kids. I think this guy looks like a good guy. If I have a kid for him, I think he'll be around, or I think he'll be responsible. They hedge bets.
That's why I didn't have any kids.
No, let me finish. Yeah. So, if you are told explicitly by a man, do not have kids for me, I'm not the guy, I can give you my CV, don't do it. And you then proceed and do it, on your head be it.
That's a different story.
Okay.
Different.
That's what I'm saying. That's a different story. I understand that.
That's one thing as well.
Yeah.
If you as the man as well is so explicit on not having kids, it's not about if you then get pregnant by me. What are you doing as the man to ensure that she doesn't get pregnant as well?
Okay.
It's not just her responsibility.
That is why I say.
I'm not having a child for no man that tells me he don't want a child, but that's just me.
That's what I'm saying.
That's just me. Are you mad?
Let me tell you something now. As a man, as you get older, you realize, you know what? I can't trust what women do. I need to protect myself. I need to get insurance.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So protect yourself. Don't just tell me then I told you I don't want kids, so you better make sure you don't get pregnant. Are you crazy?
I'm giving a man's perspective. Hold on. However, there comes a point when the man says, you know what? You got to be own up. Although you're reckless, you're irresponsible, you need to face the responsibilities whether you like it or not. And then the man finds it within himself to work with a woman. Okay, you had a relationship broken down, but these kids are innocent. These kids, they didn't ask for this. And then you do the best by the kid. You see now. So now, I've got several kids. If you see them now, and you think they're from the same mother, yeah, got several kids. You think they're from the same mother and father. But it's been a process while I've been maturing to show my responsibility. And also, when I became a teacher and I saw the impact broken families had and the way kids were affected, it made me reflect on the way I was with my kids and any kids I came interaction with. So if I met one with kids, I'm like, you know what? If you don't see the father, make sure you have some sort of contact. Yeah, but it's got no money for this. It's not about that. Don't want the money. It's not about that. And that's the part a lot of women feel hard because they're still traumatized by their previous relationship. And the child is often the pawn in that. The pawn is often the child is often the pawn in that, which is not fair. You see? So just my take.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you to a point, Olu, because my mum said that, well, I know that I was really close with my dad until he left. And then we said this on the last show that we did. I was explaining how that affected me when he left. And I still can't remember that period because it was that painful. But what I do know is that it made me say that watching my mum do it all on her own, she'd done a fantastic job. We never went hungry, lives in a good house, never went without. She'd done a good job. But I always felt like I wanted to get married before. It made me want to get married before having kids. It never happened, so I never had kids. I stood by that. Part of me not having children was because I didn't want to do it on my own and felt like they needed to, especially knowing the kind of hollowness that it caused me when my dad left. I didn't want to have that projected onto I didn't want that cycle to continue. Then watching my oldest brother Neville when he was alive with his kids and how he loved them kids, and his kids know that the only thing that could separate him from them is death. He's died and that's why he's not in their life. But it was the attributes. Now he didn't always have, money and the best, but the attributes, them kids were loved. So if he had his one bread back, he's sharing that bread back with the kids, because the love that he felt that he gave those kids, it was kind of priceless. So I agree with Oliver in the sense that yes, you should. I don't think when having kids you should hedge bets. I think you should be very sure, but it doesn't always work out that way. So I'm speaking for me though, but it doesn't always work out that way. I do think that you should be kind of sure about who you're having kids with. I do think that if the man says that he doesn't want the child from the get, then you shouldn't expect anything from him. And I do think that the energy that it takes to try and pursue him, you could take that and give it to your child. So I would just let him go. That's me personally. And I do think that it is a man's responsibility to make sure that there should be no question. If you don't want to have a child with a particular woman, there should be no question if she gets pregnant, if it's yours or not. Take every precaution to not make that happen. And then fair enough. I still think it's the responsibility of both.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Yeah,
no, I do get your points. I do understand.
Yeah, I understand the points, and I do think there are girls out there. Like I said, there's girls out there that are purposely going and having all one night stands and casual relationships at certain times of the month to have a baby. And I know this. Yeah, I'm not saying
opportunist.
Those women don't have a right to go and chase down a man or send CSA after the man after he's done told them, I don't want it, I'm not having it, or whatever. That's selfish. But
you choose to have your kid after the man said from the beginning,
then
you keep it moving.
That's your responsibility.
You're gonna have to keep it moving.
If the two of you are in a relationship, you bring a child, you have a child, you've both made that decision, and then the relationship breaks down, then it's still on you. Whether or not when you was younger you're thinking, oh boy, I don't know, I didn't want this baby, but you had it and you was with her and you was in a relationship with her and you brought up this child, and then you've broken up and all of a sudden what? Well, no, I can't come.
Let me give you a perfect example. You've just segued me to a perfect example. I know a couple that was married for a number of years, had their beautiful children. Marriage breaks down, children are bigger, marriage breaks down. They're going their separate ways, they're splitting assets. Wife says to husband, can you give me a certain amount of money for the kids' upkeep? He says, I'm not doing it, being really spiteful, knowing what it took to run the household, knowing what it takes to maintain the kids, offered something stupid and ridiculous in terms of maintenance. She then took him to CSA. CSA then awarded her, I think it was triple. She asked for £100 per kid. So she asked for £300 a month. And he said no. So she went to CSA and CSA awarded her £900 a month. Is she wrong? Is she wrong?
Exactly.
Is she wrong for doing that?
I don't think
she's not wrong for doing that. She asked for a reasonable amount of money. No, this man knows what it takes to run the household.
Yeah.
What his kids require, school dinners and all of the rest of it. She asked for £300 per month, £100 a kid.
It's nothing.
He didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then CSA gave her 9. I don't think she's wrong.
Okay.
No, for them to give her 9, he more than had it. He more than had it. He
was being spiteful because this is what we're not mentioning, is that some men take out their anger and their spite on the mum. It's all where mums have to be mums 24/7. Dad gets the option to be, well, I'm going to be spiteful. So despite you, I'm not going to look after them kids.
But
in order to maintain the household and keep a roof over your head,
what about the woman that says, because you didn't give them the right pizza, that you're not seeing your kids this weekend?
I don't agree with that either. It's ridiculous.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah?
When women say that that men can't see their kids for whatever their spiteful reason, I don't agree with that either.
Or this one now, you've agreed an amount you give the mother every week, then she sees it. Oh, you got a new car. Oh, you bought a new house. Maybe I should
new girlfriend.
Money.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's in her feelings.
That's just ridiculous and bitterness.
But we don't agree with that.
No,
we don't agree with that.
We don't agree with that.
But can we just answer a question with a man taking accountability for that wrong action of a man without counteracting it with what women do? So let's just stick on the topic right now of what Trisha said, because it's always but what about when women? No, let's cover that and then we can cover that after, because we always have to kind of buffer it with but women do this. We all do things. Both sexes do things. There are people in both sexes that do things, but when I think what we need to do is address things individually. Because if we ever try to do that, we always get shot down in flames and fire in the group. We know we don't take accountability, we don't take responsibility, but anytime we say anything a man does, they always say women do this, women do that. No, but what about when men do that? It's just wrong. I don't think it's always about, no one agrees with when women hold their children as a weapon. I hate that shit. I know people that's happened to. I have actually helped a young man with that I know. I've supported him through that to get through that, because it was ridiculous what he went through. She was unreasonable and she used the child as a pawn. And I hate it. I hate to see it, because to me, how much are you actually thinking about your child? How much is your parenting actually going into that? If you're using your child to spite their dad, where is your mind at?
Natalie, can I just say something? You mentioned trauma earlier. Do you know the trauma a man faces when he can't see his child and he wants to engage in that child?
I can only imagine, because I can imagine the trauma I would face if I couldn't see my child.
You know how you feel when you give your child to the father for the weekend and you miss that child? You know the trauma, but we don't always articulate it to you. So one way we did, we just said, keep your child, and what? You don't know how that man suffers.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it destroy people.
Do you also know the energy it takes for a man to say, you're not living with your mother, you're going to live with me? Do you know the energy it takes? Because the state is not set up for the child to be with the father.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the energy it takes?
Or we're causing problems in people's households.
There are men doing that,
well,
you know.
My husband can
I'm one of those guys. I've done that. It's not easy because the state is not set up to understand men as being responsible parents. When the mother is not married, not in hospital, it takes a lot of energy. But what I'm saying, when a man gets to a certain stage, you think, you know what, I'm not even dealing with you. I'm just thinking about my son, my daughter, and the life chances that I could be ready for them if I put this in place now and be an advocate for that child with the mother. Because often the woman is operating from an understanding of what it means to be a one-parent family. You see that? Like I said, I've seen it from the other side, the damage.
So have I. I think we all have
that it has on kids when they feel insecure. When people talk about, oh, I see my mum, oh, my dad's away from my mum. I've seen it. I've heard it. So when you're the absent father, you think, wow, I need to do what I'm alive, do everything possible for my kids, even if it means falling out with the mothers. Because at the end of the day, they'll see it. They'll get on my page. You know, it's not easy because you're operating from your own level of understanding. You know? So when I hear people say, "Oh, men are this," look, you don't listen. Most men, right? Okay, I want to put my generalization. By the time most men get to like my age, if you haven't secured your own stuff, it's gonna be very hard for you. Women are not gonna take you seriously. You don't get your own shit by this age. You ain't gonna take you seriously. It's gonna be floating, and they're gonna be called even behind your back, waste man. But have you thought about how hard it is for a man to get his own property in London? If you don't earn a certain amount of money, it's not going to happen for you.
But it's the same for women, though, Ollie.
But there's things in place to help women.
It's not like a house is cheaper for a woman. It's the same for women.
When a woman has,
that's why we're supposed to be doing things together.
Exactly.
This is what I'm saying. But you're acting like, I don't know, like.
No, what I'm saying is, it's quick to run down man, but most men have got to firm it. Like, yeah, I'm doing well. Give the appearance because they know. Otherwise, even men won't take them seriously. Listen, don't think when a man's got kids out there, he's going to look after men. Don't think he's an idiot. Don't think men not running down his back.
But again, like I said before, this is when it comes down to ego and not speaking and standing in your truth. A lot of black men especially suffer mental health because they are not standing in and speaking their truth. So if you want to go on like you're a big bad man out a road, but then you're crying in your house by yourself on your own, how are you supposed to get help?
Or a bag of, or as you say, a bag of pickles. You don't even know what they did last week.
Exactly. And that's when they're the ones that the women have every right to call them a waste man. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're not standing in your truth. If people stand in their truth, and this goes for everyone, not just men. You know, I mean, mental health, it says it affects black men more. And I think a lot of that is because down to our upbringing, down to our community, and down to the egos that these men
and expectations on men as well, that sometimes we can't fulfill.
And expectations.
Sometimes we can't fulfill, The
things that are fed to them from their little. And I've got a 9-year-old and 10-year-old sons, and I'm trying to keep them as rounded as possible without putting that toxic masculinity in them to feel that they've got to be a certain way in the society.
What do you mean toxic masculinity? Masculinity's not toxic.
I didn't say it was
masculinity. I said
I am not going to instill any toxic masculinity.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not masculinity is toxic,
The glasses came off and everything.
I know. But
offensive much, and you still didn't answer the question about the man.
And that's a thing. That is a thing. Do you know what I'm saying? And it starts from when they're little. So from now, I'm trying to teach them how to be around girls, how to, treat people, and how to treat and to be themselves. Like one of my sons, he's quite sensitive, and he cries a bit. He cries. He watched a video the other day, and it caught him, and it was a happy video, but he cried. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to stop that. I don't want to stop. I don't want him to not express his feelings because he was really overwhelmingly happy and he cried. So I comforted him. We spoke about it. He said, "No, Mummy, I'm happy. It's okay. I'm happy." But would he have done that if he was 15? My 17-year-old nephew would never cry in front of me for nothing because he's had that instilled in him now that boys don't cry. Man up, man. That's the thing, isn't it now? Man up, man. No, don't tell my son that, please. Please don't tell my son that. But you still need to firm it and know how to be masculine. So do you know what I'm saying? It's a balance.
Yeah. Angela, before I move on to the members' comments, what do you think about TSA and?
You know what? I'm not that chick. I don't have time for that. I'm all about positive energy. Any bit of energy is for myself, or my son, or my family, or my close ones. For me to pick up the phone, talking to authorities, filling out forms. That money that I'm chasing, from the guy, I can make that money in that time. I don't understand why women don't understand that a man who, even if he might have not been responsible at the beginning, and you probably knew that, how he might train. I don't understand where, if somebody doesn't want to give you money voluntary, you don't have to ask. If your guy wants to pay for his kids, he should do that. He should. That's what a man's supposed to do. Even, I'm sure it says in the Bible, men that don't look after their children will never really succeed, or it's a curse or what have you. If you have to ask your child's dad for money, really? That you're gonna ask that every single month from 0 to 18, or was it 0 to 16? I don't even know. I'm not really interested in all those chasing authorities. I haven't got time for that. That energy there, that I'm spending chasing CSA, doing forms, I can use that time for my son, his time, my own time, or make that money that I'm chasing the guy for. I don't have that energy. So for me, I never understand women who put in so much energy, cussing. All these women that are chasing men for their money, whether it's directly with themselves or CSA, they're so bitter. They're so angry.
But not all of them.
No, not all of them.
Most of them
not
are.
all of them.
No,
not all of them.
That's a perception that you have. But that's the wrong perception that you have.
And honestly, if it's all about the man, all about the man being a father, yes, he should pay. But for me, for example, if that was my situation, just say the man didn't have no money, but he was being a father, I'll let him come and see the kid every week. When the child grows up, he will see who financially raised him. He will see himself. You don't need to put that into the child's head. He will see himself.
Can I just say something? First of all, I think you've got the wrong perception of women that
go after CSA.
Some women that go to CSA.
I don't know why you bother. I don't know, CSA shouldn't even be an equation. Shouldn't even be your vocabulary.
Why not?
Shouldn't be your vocabulary.
I think it's for me, I wouldn't do it for certain reasons, but I understand, and I've seen situations of why women have done it. Okay, I get it.
Your situation, Trisha, I get that. Marriage, you've got assets, the guy's blatant, she knows he's got it, they're not giving it. But again, going back, a woman should be able to look after her kids 100 every day.
So what responsibility then falls on the man?
So should the man.
If you're so dependent on a man's money to look after your kids, something's missing.
But it's not a random man, it's their dad.
But you didn't marry him.
It's not a random man on the street. It's not just latching onto any man for the money. It's their dad.
We should make that happen then. If the man's missing that, let him be a father. If that's time, quality time, whatever. You do the maths and make that gap with the money.
Okay, so what about, Angela? What about a woman that actually can't afford to look after her child 100? No, let me finish, please. Let me finish. A woman that, when you have children, you know how expensive childcare is, To send your child to nursery, that's all £1,200 a month. And you've got to go to work, and you've got to pay your mortgage, and you've got to do this.
Yes, you've got to do all of that. Yes, you do. You've got to do all of that.
So if you cannot afford it when your child is still little, are you telling me that he should just do what he's doing?
Okay, so if that was me now, like I said before, my son goes to private school, that was contributing to that. His dad works in oil and gas, okay? Oil and gas went very, very bad during the pandemic. For me, I step up my game, So if you're a mother, and you're already struggling to pay nursery fees at the beginning, children only get more expensive. When they're young, you can tell them what to wear. You can kind of like, you can control that. Yeah. When they get older, it gets more expensive. It's not all about material things. There's other stuff to it. Private tuition, buying books, I don't know, doing extracurricular activities,
send them to university,
coaching. So if your child is young and you're struggling now, you better up your skills. Yes. Go and do some course. Go and do your own independent business. Go and do online business. Do your side hustle and step up your game.
So
do
it's
not
all
sit there.
So it's all on the man.
There thinking money's gonna come from the sky.
So it's all on the man.
Nah, man.
So it's all on the man.
Angela, all right. Let me ask
I'm just saying that if the man, Nikki, the man should be there. I get that.
Well, but if he's not though, and he's not paying, but Angela, wait, babe.
Situations are different as well.
He's not
man.
there.
Step up your game.
No, babe.
No.
Stop. Let me finish. He's not there. He's not paying. You were together and he decided, I'm not paying. You cannot afford to look after your child. I'm trying to step up my game, but what do I do in the meantime to help feed my picky them that need food? What's going to happen?
The first thing you do,
look at your financial.
The first thing you do, start having more kids, number one.
Exactly.
Start having more kids, number one, yeah? No, it's true. You're laughing. It's true.
Yeah, but what do you mean having more kids? I'm talking about the kids I've had.
He's judging, man. You're not talking about judging. I'm not lying.
Wait too much. Hold on. All right, order, please. Order.
There will be. Hold on, Nikki. I get what you're saying, Nikki. Nikki, there will be. Let's get it. There will be a rough patch. I go through rough patches sometimes. Do you understand? We will go through rough patch. You're juggling the bills. You're juggling your own personal health. You're juggling everything. Family. There will be a rough patch, Nikki. Even couples go through rough patches. Okay. You've got to go through the storm. You've got to go through the storm and change your situation. If you're not cutting it now.
In the meantime, your children still need to eat. They still need to go to nursery. Nikki, they still need to do stuff. How does that work?
Nikki, me as a mother, I would do whatever it takes to make sure my son has everything.
So would I.
Everything. So for me, I don't know how you get yourself to a compromise with your kids.
I would listen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the thing is,
that's what I'm saying. I would do anything for my kids.
Right. So maybe we can't do the extracurricular activities. We can't go to, I don't know, we can't do the extra nice things, go to
you
dinner.
Can't do your hair.
Rather than the short term.
Only get lost. Only get lost. Go to bed.
Let me just
that's got nothing to do with it.
Can I just say something? Sorry, guys.
Sorry, Trisha.
I feel like if you have a child with somebody, and I had 3 older brothers, they're all dead. They've all got kids. So we know in life anything can happen. Yeah.
Exactly.
So as the mums, they've had to then raise their kids on their own because the fathers are dead. You have to step up your game. It is what it is. However, you just said that your dad's in oil and gas. The father of your child is in oil and gas. And during the pandemic, for about 6 months, he couldn't contribute. Say the same thing happens to you.
Yeah.
What happens then? There's no onus on the dad to step up. If say something happened to you during this pandemic, you've been fortunate enough to still be able to pay your bills. The dad has the luxury to say, well, things are bad for me, so the onus is all on you.
Can I answer that question?
Let Angela answer, because
reason being, Trisha, I will set my game because my child is with me. The child doesn't live with his dad. The child is with me 24/7. Yeah, right. I look at my child's face every single day. Yeah, that's more than enough for me to make it happen. My son's circumstances will never change. So I will start being creative. Let me finish. I will start being creative. Everything is short term. It doesn't last forever.
Will it be legal?
It doesn't last forever. Yeah, you start being creative. You can make it happen. But that's the person I am. I must admit, I'm not somebody where I want to look to my son and say he can't. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm changing his whole circumstances. I'm changing his whole school. I'm changing how we live. I'm changing where we live. That for me, I'm an individual. I don't know other people out there, but me, who I am, I step up my game and I make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my job.
That's who
job.
you are.
That's who I am.
But why is it only you that has to make it happen?
Right.
Because you was with somebody and he has a dad.
Bearing in mind,
that was a circumstance
situation, and the dad, you've got a son in this situation, and the dad can take a break. It's acceptable for the dad to take a financial break, but because you're the mum, you have to step up. Dad can throw anything at dad. And it,
that's just how it is, Trisha.
That because it,
and we're just supposed to accept it.
Bullshit. I get what you're saying, Trisha, and I get what you're saying, Trisha. Totally get it, but you know what? That is just how it is. I'm not gonna. Of course, I wasn't too happy. Listen, I wasn't too happy about it. I'm thinking, geez, I need the financial support was handy, but if it is not there. If it is not there, I am not going to be picking up my phone, calling, asking why, when, tomorrow, next week. That's not me. I look at myself. I've got 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes and working ears. Thank God, I will make it happen, and I did that. If people don't want to do that,
hang on. So let me just ask Olu this: is that a masculine spirit that she's got there? Then
no, that's a survival spirit. That's a survival spirit she's got there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pick and choose, man.
Hold on. Earlier on, that was the expectation of a woman.
No,
my son is the expectation of a woman that you was explaining earlier on. That's not an expectation.
My son is everything to me.
Yeah, so am I. But if my husband was to walk out on me today, try now he's getting rent, and you're not leaving me to do this shit on my own.
Yeah, but you're married, Nikki. But married,
doesn't matter when I'm married. I wasn't married before. I wasn't married before.
Okay. I think maybe it's my personal. Maybe it's my. I think it's my personality. I have been brought up with 3 brothers. I've got 3 brothers, no sisters. I have been brought up very masculine, and that's what I'm about. I don't rely. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I don't really rely on anybody for anything. And now that I've got a son, I make sure everything is intact 100. It's not easy. Don't get to. I'm not sitting there like life is like a box of chocolate. It's not easy. It gets rough sometimes. But just him alone gives me the motivation to do what I need to do. Simple as that.
Absolutely. Okay. But can I just say this one thing that then I'll come to you, yeah? I still feel like that survival spirit that Olu mentioned it is literally having to be the man and the woman in the situation to make sure it happens. So at what point do we then get a pass for, it's a survival spirit, but it's because there's no man.
When it suits, that's when.
So you right, there's no man that you can depend on because you chose to have this child on your own. So at what point then do we get our kudos for switching on our survival spirit?
I don't need kudos. I don't know kudos. It's my son. I don't know kudos. It's my son. It's what I'm supposed to do. It's my job.
No.
That's what a dad's supposed to do.
We're supposed to do that too. We're supposed to. I'm not saying kudos in that sense. What I'm saying is, before you come onto the call, we were talking about women, just like how we're perceived and masculine energy. Yeah. And I'm saying, if we're creating an environment where the onus is all on us, of course, our energy is going to appear masculine.
Yes, I agree.
We are saying that the man can sit down for 6 months. He's had financial issues, but it's for me to step up my game and make sure that my son ultimately never goes without. Olu says that's a survival spirit.
That's my son.
But then, and the same breath, we're saying that women are too masculine. And
I agree. I'm too masculine.
All on us, of course, our spirit is gonna appear masculine.
I agree.
That's my point. So if it is that we have survival spirits when it suits us, but it's too masculine, but then we're expected to approach you, I'm fucking confused.
Right. So can I also say that
I agree.
I'm confused. Go on, Nat.
Yeah. Can I also say that I'm very much so because I've had to be in the past like Angela, so I've always had to make sure no matter what. I've had dips.
Angela's speaking about my mum. My mum was that person.
I was like that before I got married.
But
before I got married, I was like that.
And I was even like that in relationships. So I'm just used to being like that and not asking, even though it's there and they're willing to do it. That's because that's how I am. At the same time, I've been on the floor, but I've not asked no one for nothing. I've just hustled my way out of it. But at the same time, I know a lot of people, there are a lot of people with different situations. This is not black and white. This is a very gray area. There are so many different people with so many different situations. And it sounds like, I know that we're saying because we love our kids, we'll do anything, but there are some situations I've had to support certain women and certain things through things.
I've had to support married women.
Yeah, no, I'm not, hold on. Because what I'm saying is when we say that, then it sounds like we don't know what other women go through. We don't know some people's situations are mad. They physically cannot do that. So what I'm saying, sometimes if we say, no, but if you love your son or if your son's your everything, it doesn't mean that the women that have not been able to do it, that their kids are not everything to them. It just means that that's not their situation. And we've all got different spirits. So where we can get through, some women break down. Some women break down. Some women can't take. I know a lot. I've always think to myself that enough people couldn't take some of the things I've been through, or enough people couldn't handle the pressure that I've had to go through. But that doesn't mean that that are looking at them in a certain way. I know that we are all different. We all have different roles to play in this universe, and that we're all very different. So where some of us can handle that and do that, I agree. Where you can do that is helpful, because you just don't know. People are unpredictable in general, so you can't rely on people because they're unpredictable.
The same hand that feeds you can starve you.
Right, exactly.
The same hand that can feed you can starve you. People should always know that.
But it doesn't mean that everyone's capable of getting through the fire. Not everyone is capable of getting through. So when they are on their phase, it doesn't mean that because they're not capable of getting through the fire that they haven't tried everything because of their kids. Sometimes it's broken them because they're not able to provide, or they just feel trapped and different things because of their children. There's so many different aspects.
At what point does the dad step in? And
I agree with that, and I hear what you're saying, Natalie. I hear what you're saying. But at the same time, a lot of our mums, a lot of our aunties, I mean, I came from a mum and dad household, so to speak. So there was a joint co-parenting, financial co-parenting going in the household. My situation now, no, I am a single parent raising my son. But again, maybe it goes into my own personality, the way I am. I do have a very strong masculine spirit. I really do. So I'll be honest with you, Natalie, I hear what you're saying, but the person I am, I don't understand that. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah.
I just don't understand when women are not equipped to look after their children. I don't understand that, because me, now I would do, obviously not whatever,
I think you're saying, even the way you're saying it, Angela, you're saying it wrong, because what Natalie just explained was that not everybody
is able.
All right, okay, let's be honest. Some of the girls that I know that are so busy chasing down their kids' dad for money, these are the same girls that sit on Instagram for 4 hours a day. Yeah, these are the same girls that are taking selfies every single day. Yeah, so for me, I'm not saying every girl's like that, but when I look at what they're doing, I understand sometimes when they're in that situation. Yeah, they also want to get the money, the retainer from the dad. They're not always, they're going out buying the latest stuff. Their priorities are not right sometimes as well. They're the ones that wouldn't just eat, deliver route every day. You can't afford it. You understand? So that's why I get my understanding from as well.
Yeah.
Let me intervene here.
Instagram all day, yeah? You want to Instagram all day?
Guys, the original point here was CSA, yeah? Now, by the time we get to CSA...
The original point was actually, do you have to have money to be a good father? But yeah, but go on.
By the time we get to the point of CSA, communication is broken down between the parents.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah? Right. Okay, right. Do we agree with that, yeah?
You agree?
Because if you're at the point where you need an intervention to come in and determine how much you should get, that means communication is broken down for whatever reason. Yeah. Now, what Angela's saying is, hey, if a man doesn't want to pay, accept it. It's not easy, but accept it, number one. Number two, that energy you put into chasing down CSA, you can be used to make money for your son. Yeah. Exactly. Number three, I'm saying as a man, more often than not, CSA is a negative thing, because what
he's not paying for your child. That's a negative thing as well.
Let me finish. Basically, when we see CSA is like, I've got the police on you now. You're on your case now. Deal with that.
It's messed up. Messed up.
So I'm saying
can I respond?
What you've got now.
It's not more messed up than not actively not paying for your child. How
does it matter when we pay for
that? You don't let me finish.
Sorry, Olu. Sorry.
What you said is this. No, what you said is this. What you said is this. Okay, don't deal with me. Deal with them. They're my advocates. They're my lawyers. No, you have to pay money to them because the communication is broken down for whatever reason. So now some men will do what they can to make sure they're not working or hide their resources to get as little as possible.
Now,
do you think? Hold on. Do you think because you get money at CSA, you're still a father to your child? No, you just got his money. What you really want is a man to be committed to being co-parenting with that parent.
Exactly.
That is it. Because just because you got a man's money doesn't mean you're your father.
Yeah, but he isn't though. Of course, that's what you want. That's what you have to try.
You've got his money.
It's about the money then. Then it's all about the money then.
But he isn't. I don't understand this. He isn't being a father. He isn't helping financially. So obviously, you just said it. Wait a minute, please. Sorry. Wait one second. Yeah.
Sorry.
You said already that communication is already broken down if CSA is involved. Okay, we agree on that. Okay.
Yeah.
But first of all, it don't take no energy. Yeah. To ring CSA, none whatsoever. All you got to do is give his name. You give his name. You give his whatever information you know. His name, his date of birth, his national insurance.
Basically, you're snitch.
And they so sad. Call me a snitch all you want. To be honest with you,
can I be honest right now? He's not paying for his child about your snitch. I'm baffled out here.
I've never gone to CSA, but
I'm not saying you've done. I'm not saying you've done it.
No. But I'm saying it's not a snitch thing. How can it be a snitch thing if you are trying with your baby father to get some help with your child upbringing? You're trying to get some help, and he's not helping you. How am I going to be
as a mother? Do you not? As a mother,
be labeled a snitch to because I'm actually asking for some extra help for someone to get the money out of him. How does that make
not a stranger?
As a mother going to CSA and all of that, you know the money. If you're going to CSA, then the money that the father's paying is not coming from his heart anyway. It's not coming from his heart.
I don't care.
No, but hold on.
Coming from Iceland.
But if you're a mother, yeah, honest mother, just say, for instance, if I was in a situation, just say, for example, and a man's lost, but you know what, he don't pay no money to the kids, but he spends quality time, that would still work out for me. That would work. It's not about the money. That would work out for me. When my son is older, when my kids are older, I've only got one son. He will see himself. Yes. Who raised him? He doesn't call CSA. CSA don't need to be a witness to all of that. My son was witnesses. If it's all about being a father, it's not all about the money. It's not all about the money.
No,
it's not all about the money.
But
No Bravado crew said.
Sorry,
go on. Who was talking?
If it's not all about the money, but if you're involved in your child's life, you earn enough. And you're actively not paying because you just don't, like, why should I? I'm not paying or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're a mother, you can afford it. Don't worry about that. Worry about your kids. Don't put your energy
there. You can worry about your kids, but we'll still think to yourself, no, don't take the piss, Bridget. It's a principle thing as well. It's principle.
Too much energy.
Don't take the piss out here in these streets. I'm not no idiot.
So
these same mothers are now cussing their fathers about their kids. That's all toxic.
Exactly.
That's all mental.
But we're not talking about that.
On the phone.
That's a different situation. That's a different situation.
No, Nikki, the same people that were chasing CSA that were cussing their fathers to their kids.
Different situation.
Not everyone that goes to CSA does that. Some kids don't even know that they're
I doubt it. I find it hard to believe.
You're generalizing. You're basically saying that women that go after CSA have got,
are a certain type of woman.
They got a negative energy.
I'm just saying, use the energy to yourself. Okay.
No, but I'm saying what it sounds like to me, how you're coming across is that you're basically saying that women that contact CSA have a negative energy. They should actually want to provide for them kids themselves and not bother with him, not bother with the dad.
I'm just saying, look,
who made it, and there's these women out there that a lot of these CSA women out there are the ones that are there cussing their dads.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. That's what I've seen, my experience. But at the same time, Nikki, my thing is, your energy is so important for you to have a good day and a bad day.
Agreed.
Yeah. If you invest, your energy. I do obviously a lot of stuff, gratitude, affirmations, all that kind of stuff, manifestation, all that kind of stuff, obviously, and praise. If you invest all your energy there, look at your children, that's enough. It's enough.
It's not enough when you've got bills to pay and you need.
I think it depends on people's situation.
I'm just different. Sorry, I'm just different.
No, it just depends on people's situation, straight up.
It's not change the situation, then change your situation. Change it.
People are not always able to change. We have support people in the community where we can actually actively see, they're not in a position to do this right now because of this, or they're not in a position to do that right now.
And this is mental health or disability, I understand.
Right. That's what I've come to realise, because I'm a go-getter as well. So I would think, okay, well, then you're going to have to do it. But when you go out and you see the world, you realise it's not like that for everybody. And we all, again, have different spirits. And some people are just not in that position.
Yeah.
And I do think it does take the responsibility away from the man. It does.
I agree with that.
Men can just, and then we've got women raising men on their own, and no input from the male. It's like we're saying that the male is not important.
No, it shouldn't be. No, it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't. You're right, Trisha. You're right, Nikki. You're right, Natalie. The man should be there. The woman cannot do mother and father.
Especially if it's the man that I'm raising.
The mother cannot be a mother and father. That's a lie. It's a lie. But
you're doing it. But you just said it's easy to do it. You just get up and do your thing.
You can't. No, I can't play. I can't be a father to my son. I could be the best mother I can try and be to my son. I can't be a father to my. I'm not a man. I'm not a father. That can never happen. That can never happen. But if your circumstances are so, do your best and just provide positive energy to yourself, creativity to yourself, and make it happen. If the man's not there,
but going to the CSL does not create negative energy.
It creates
I'm just not about like
that's what it creates.
For me, I'm just not about chasing £300. The people that I know, the guys that I know, even me myself, I'm self-employed. Trust me, the authorities don't know how much money I take. I've got an accountant that does that for me. Yeah, they hide their stuff.
Angela, you're in a very lucky position. You're in a very lucky position, Angela.
No, it's not. I'm just like if it's survival spirit, I'm just hard like that. I've got 3 brothers. My mum and dad were very hard working, right? That's all I saw in my growing up. So I've just become to be the same. I can never be a father. I'm not trying to be a father. He has a father for that. Not on hands on all the time, but he has a father for that. But my job is to make sure, whether the dad's there or not there, to make sure my son's circumstances are safe. My son needs stability. Stability in love, stability at the home, stability with his life, stability. I have to ensure that.
But you're saying if he doesn't get it from his dad, then sod it.
Have to.
Yeah. You're saying if his dad's not around to give you that, it don't matter. You'll do it. That's basically what you're saying.
It shouldn't matter, Nikki, but I'm not going to spend energy. If that was my situation, I'm not spending that energy chasing someone. If the dad should give the money voluntarily from time to time.
All right.
So I'm going to say it's a problem.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, yeah? Because obviously we're not agreeing on this.
No, we won't.
Say Angela, yeah? I'm going to say, so you're basically saying this. If you're saying this, I can understand. Are you saying, yes, the dad needs to do what he has to do, but ultimately, my responsibility is what I'm doing?
No, I'm saying, I get you, Natalie. What I'm saying is the dad is, ideally, it should be 50-50 or however you work it out, yes?
But you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about what you need to do.
If the man is not there or the man is not doing it, but do it. You can do it yourself. You really can. I'm not saying every area. I'm not saying be a father. You can't be a mother. Cannot be a father as well. But if it's about financials, yeah, you can make a buck. Everybody can make $1. Everybody can make $1. If the financials are lacking, you might have to go through a storm to up your skill set, change your game, change whatever you're doing to fill in that gap. That is possible.
While the storm is brewing, how
you cut back. You cut back, Nikki. You cut back.
Hold on, guys.
You're not even listening to me today.
Sorry.
1 second.
Hold on, guys.
Michelle, our admin, our moderator, our producer, has felt she never comes on, but she's like, nah, I need to come on. So let's all say hi to Michelle.
Hi, Miss.
Hi.
And clutch your pearls from
Michelle.
now.
Hi. Okay.
Michelle
So
doesn't come on
we
the
can't
line.
see you.
So
We can't see you.
no, that's the whole reason why for that. That's a whole other story. But anyway, I think, Angela, that I get your sentiment, but I think you're coming from a place of privilege because not everybody has that. So the reason you're coming from a place of privilege of having health. You're coming from a place of privilege of having support. So there are some people who may have come to this country, don't have nobody here, or nobody else can help them. There may be some people who I work with families. So there's a lot of men from a different range of the community, be it our Black community, be it our African community, be it our Asian community, that send for wives and they bring them from back home. They don't fill in the paperwork for the wife to have rights or any access to anything for her own self. Everything is through him, right? So if he now decides that actually I don't want the relationship anymore, she can't claim child benefits, she can't claim anything. So the only thing that the court could probably advise her to do is to try and claim child support of some sort, right?
I agree with that.
Hold on, let me finish. So also that I have friends. So I had a friend who, similar to you, her children went to private school. She was doing well. She was doing fine by herself. The guy didn't want to pay no money. No problem. I can take care of these kids. Even though they had planned to have these kids, they were in a relationship when they had these kids. You don't want to do that? That's fine. Then she got drastically ill to the point that she was bedridden. your workplace will only pay you for a certain amount of time before you now have to go on benefits. My man's rolling up and down in a nice car. It's not like he ain't got. She's never asked him for nothing. So you just said your children's life, your son's life is not going to be turned upside down. Should her children start leaving the private school? Should their house be homeless because he doesn't want to step up? You better believe I'm going to take your ass to the CSA. Couldn't give two flying fucks what he thought about that, because ultimately, my children are not going to suffer because you want to play spiteful. Also, I agree with you. We have a number of our children in our community, a number of our children are messed up. Why is that? Because their mothers are working all the hours God sends, because dad chooses not to play a part. And then in the same breath, we turn around and berate those mothers and then say, oh, your child was on street. Didn't you know that your child was on street? When I was working all the hours God sent to keep the roof over our head. Ultimately, when all is said and done, yes, as a woman, my mum and dad always instilled it to me. You make sure that you have your own. You're not relying on nobody. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fair enough. I don't want to be reliant on somebody. But what I'd be damned if I'm going to do is make my children suffer because their dad decides to have a hissy fit because he doesn't want to pay what he needs to pay. Right. If I don't have to ask you for nothing, better believe my pride will not even allow me to ask you for something. But I'm not going to allow my children to starve. I'm not going to allow my children to go without because you're throwing a tantrum. It doesn't work like that in the real world. And nowhere else do we accept this nonsense. You said, and you and I both know, in Ghana, what man is not paying shit? You've got to pay school fees. You've got to pay for healthcare. You've got to pay for everything. Who can have the audacity to say, I'm not paying, the government should pay? But you reach here and you forget all of that. Piss off with that kind of nonsense. That can't happen. So ultimately, the breakdown in our community is because we have women who don't do what they need to do, like you said, who are on Instagram and do all of that crappy stuff. And we have men who can walk away confident in knowing that the government's going to pick up the pieces for my children. But it's your children who suffer. It's your children that go to Olu school and don't know what they're doing. It's your children that are in gangs. It's your children. We have just children are not made by themselves. It takes a village to raise the children. And I've heard a saying that if the children do not feel the warmth of the village, they will burn down that village to feel the warmth. Yes. And that is what our children are doing. That's all I needed to say. Bye all.
So
thank you, Michelle.
And she dropped the mic. Producer.
Thank you, Mick.
Don't drop it out. You drop the mic. Let me respond.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because if we're saying it's okay for the dads to be absent and we don't have to ask them, and the mum is out working and hustling and doing everything, what happens to the child whilst the mum's working all the hours God sent to provide for the child? Both roles are.
Can I just say something?
Both roles are important.
No, can I just say something here now, right? Yeah. I keep hearing this constant, the man. Listen. Don't forget.
You never don't like that, do you?
No. Don't think. Just because
your role is important.
We're talking about a specific scenario where the man doesn't pay.
When you're talking, I didn't interrupt. Let me speak. There's an assumption here just because the child is with the mother that everything's good. No. Sometimes child bringing the mother is not the best thing.
That's true as well. That's a different. Right, that's a different scenario as well, though. That's not what we're talking about.
Let me finish. Yeah. I shared with you, I've been in a situation where I've been in a relationship with a woman and a child has come as a result of that. Yeah. And then I've manned up and said, you know what, that child's come to live with me. And I had to fight tooth and nail because nothing is set up for the child to be with the father. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying is this. Don't think in that the energy I got, she slagged me off. I'm trying to teach her son from her, rare. But I said, you know what? I'm going to stand as the advocate for my son because she's in her feelings. She'll get what I'm trying to do later. Yeah. Fast forward, my son's life chances have improved to the point where that would never happen around his mother. And I said, there are many men like that.
Absolutely.
Who step up. That's what you're supposed to do, the man.
That's very true, though, Olu. And
no one's arguing that. We're disputing the fact that you're saying that women shouldn't go to CSA.
Yeah.
To help. And if it comes out of your body and the man don't want it.
No, but also this CSA thing is quite controversial because whenever I hear CSA, it just means there's been a breakdown in communication between parents.
True. Agreed.
Yeah? And you resort to CSA because you want a financial solution.
Because the
only
financial support.
Let me finish.
Only financial.
Yeah.
The runway is closed.
It's
There's
a
nowhere to
financial
land.
solution. Yeah. Do not for one thing think because you're getting his money, you're getting a father. You're not. You're getting his money.
No, but you're able to feed your kid at least.
Trisha,
especially when your son starts kicking out shoes every week.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is the same. This is the same women who are saying, "Oh, I'd rather take love than money." No, you're taking the money now over the man.
Of course you are.
What are you talking about?
The relationship Sorry, Olu, why do you keep switching? You're switching.
You're punching. You're reaching. You're switching.
One at a time, please.
Am I not saying the truth here now?
No, you're reaching. You're reaching.
You're switching.
Because what you're saying is, I don't need to be a father, but I want your money, you must be responsible.
No, it's because we've exhausted all. I would think that if you go to CSA, you've exhausted all options. They don't want to be a father. There's no company, there's no organization that makes a man be a father present, that forces him with a gun to his head to be present. But there is an organization that forces him to take financial responsibility for his child. So
okay, you know what?
Expect that CSA is the last resort where you try to do all of that. Where you've tried to do all of that and you can't come to an end agreement. So I would say that is the last resort. Well, you at least are going to have to take some kind of financial
Natalie, I'm talking for men who have been through it, yeah? It's often the first point of call. It's not the last resort. It's the point of call.
Not often.
It is.
Some people that you know.
Hold on.
I just don't want to be calling names on this place. It's
but
the first point of call.
Where it's been the last point of call. So we can all say often, but it's all different. Like, there's on both sides.
Let me tell you something. As an African man, if you go to African man's parents and say, I've got your child, they will call that someone and say, face your responsibility. How often do they do that? No, they go to CSA first. What are you telling me?
Before we started this, but Olu, you said if a woman goes to CSA, can we agree that communication has broken down? Yes or no?
Yes,
okay, so now how come is it now turned around to it's
no. I'm addressing what Natalie said. No, this is what I said. Natalie said it's often the last resort. I said no, I disagree. It's often the first point of call. Because usually it's done maliciously or to bond the man or to show
you said it's when communication is broken down.
Yeah.
They always regret in the end.
They regret it. So if it's broken, yeah, but if communication is broken down, that means you
always regret it. You always, you know why?
Every single one. I should have done that.
Let me too
late now. You can't go back on that. You can't go back.
Once you go
my
there,
friend that took her guy to the CSA after she asked him for free and they awarded her 9.
No, don't worry, Trisha. That's an exception. No, Trisha, there's other circumstances like your one. And to be honest, Michelle educated me a lot. Those situations the scenarios that she brought to the table, those ones, I'm not including those ones. So forgive my ignorance, but I'm not including those ones. Full pledge, go CSA. They come from another country. They got no help. I'm talking about the girls that I've seen or heard of or know. Yeah, they're chasing £300 a month. Yeah, 9 out of 10 that money is probably going to go to clothes, trainers. Yeah, nothing really productive. Yeah, fair enough. Food. I think everybody can feed their children. Yeah, you might not have the.
No, Angela, not everybody can feed their children. Not everybody can.
You might not be doing a takeaway.
Not everybody can feed their children.
Let me tell you something now.
You're making an assumption.
Right. I know the guys. I know guys. Yeah, who've been taking CSA. One child. How much do you think they're paying for one child?
Well, it depends on how much
they make.
Just shy of £1,000 a month.
How much is the child?
How much does he make?
Right now, listen to me. This is what I'm saying. See, so that tells you because it's based on their income, isn't it? Yeah.
Based on
right,
and how
think about what I've just said. It hasn't been the last point. It's been the first point. Oh, so usually it's a case of okay, you snub me, don't answer my calls, right? Bam, CSA, you have to talk to them.
I'm confused now. I'm properly confused. Sorry, I'm confused. I don't even know where to go.
Scenario though.
Yeah.
We've all got scenarios opposite to each other's scenarios, and that doesn't mean we can generalize.
I was addressing your point, Natalie, that often CSA is not the last point; it's the first point of call. Because remember I said to you earlier,
you're saying often, and it's not. I don't think it's often because the same way you know a lot of people that have gone there first. I know of a lot of situations because of our line of work as well, where it's been the last. So what I'm saying is, I think we're going by what we have seen physically, but I think it works both ways. Again, I know a lot of people where it's been the last resort. There is a breakdown in communication. What they want is the kid to be in the man to be in their kids' lives because of the disappointment of the child. And the child asking them questions.
They want the money.
There's no organisation for that. They've tried mediation. They've tried this. They've tried that. Nothing's worked. You cannot take a man to jail for not visiting his child. You cannot take a man under punishment for visiting his child. You can take money directly out of his earnings to pay for his child, though.
You just contradicted yourself. You said you want the father to be in the child's life. Be very clear. CSA is not for that. CSA is for his money.
No, you didn't hear what I said.
You didn't hear what she
weren't listening.
I said, she wants the child. You want the child to be in the father's life, and obviously he has to take financial responsibility. Like I said, there is no organisation. I know people that have tried mediation. The dad doesn't try up to mediation. There's no repercussion for the dad. There's no organisation that will go to the dad with a gun in his head and say, "You have to go and see your child." What CSA does, there's aspects to being a parent. So the financial responsibility aspect, there just so happens to be an organisation and a direct attachment of earnings that can come out if he's not taking financial responsibility. So sometimes you want to ideally, you'd want him to be paying for his child and having that relationship, but you can't force him to have the relationship. They can force him to pay those.
Okay, can we agree that CSA is a punitive outcome? Because you're punishing the man. You're forcing him to be responsible. You're forcing him to be accountable for his child. Can we accept that?
No.
It's
not punishable.
No.
It's punishable for you. You've got to think about your mindset.
Look after your child.
This is what I just said. Yeah. CSA. Yeah. No, we don't comply. It's not like, okay, talk to us. It's a attachment of earnings. That means it is forced upon the man. It's a punitive response to make the man accountable financially for his child.
Okay, sorry, Olu, I hear you.
Okay. But as you said earlier, there's repercussions to everything. So if you're not taking thingy for your children, you have to take responsibility. But if you see it as a punishment to have to pay for your child, you yourself have to look at yourself on why you see it as a punishment, why you even have to go down the CSA route, or why you see it as a punishment that you have to pay for your youth.
After your child.
Okay,
you can say child as many times as you like. Remember what Angela says, yeah? When you decide to have a child as a woman, think about how you look after it. The man should be a bonus.
Simple.
Oh, piss off. What do you mean the man should be a bonus?
Can I ask a question?
We can't produce asexually. We're not fucking Godzilla.
No.
We can't produce asexually.
I didn't breed up myself. Move, man.
This is why women are perceived as more masculine. Because
probably. I agree that. I agree.
To women. They don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to have any.
Okay, can I just ask? I've never heard that. Can I just ask? So ladies, so Natalie, Nikki, whatever. For example, say you went to the CSA, yeah? I don't know how the CSA works, but just for example, went to the CSA. Just say randomly they came back and said, yeah, the father has no income to support. Just say, for example.
Then he doesn't have it.
You finished. You played your best card.
Okay. So let me finish. So you, that same mothers, yeah, that couldn't feed their kids. You said feed, yeah? We're not talking about luxury goods here. Extra. You're saying that these mothers couldn't feed their kids, yeah? They take the man to CSA. CSA just say randomly, come back and say, no, there's nothing for him to provide. So what are you going to do with your kids? You're going to give them up for adoption?
No, unfortunately.
So how are you going to feed the kids then?
No, unfortunately, some parents have to then resort to food banks and shit like that.
Exactly.
Food banks. There was food in the kids then.
Don't laugh. It's not funny.
There was food.
No, there's not funny. Bad situations.
Stop. I know food banks are there.
But we actually work for a charity. I do income collection for a charity. We actually work for a charity that runs food banks.
I agree. I've seen people
every week. So it's not funny. I get that.
My thing is, Trisha, they should have been using the food banks then before CSA then. They're saying that they couldn't feed the kids.
Why should they?
Wow.
Do you know how diminishing that is?
This is why men are the way that they are, because we've just created monsters.
Before you go to the child's dad, you're going to go and beg to stay.
No, but I'm saying, what I can't understand is that usually you're going to go to CSA to take the dad to go and get income, yeah? You go to CSA now, CSA come back and say there's no income from the father to get to the children. So what are you going to do now? What are you doing now?
Just said, go to the food bank. You would have to start asking, looking at different avenues. That's what you're going to say.
But I was saying that before, so you'd start being
no. So you're saying then, so she should
first.
She should go to the food bank before she goes to ask the children.
That's what I just said.
Come on.
I'm not saying if there's no. I'm saying this. All I'm saying is if there's no change in circumstances, yeah, after the CSA, then surely as a mother, you got to look at yourself and say, what can I do now then?
And so what the father looking at himself?
Yeah. But Trisha, what I'm saying, we can't control the man. We can't control any human being in this world. We can't control our siblings. We can't control our parents. We can't even control ourselves sometimes, yeah? We can't control people to do what they don't want to do.
But we just said.
So if they don't step, we go to CSA, they don't pay, the man's not paying. What are you going to do? I want to hear it. I want to hear what you're going to do.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
This is what we said earlier. There are some situations.
I don't know. Let Natalie finish. Let Natalie finish.
There's some situations where they cannot work. No one wants to go. No one. And I mean, no one that comes to the food bank wants to go to the food bank. A lot of them are coming there. We have an education department. We have a thingy department. We have a volunteers department. They are doing things to try and better themselves as well. No one wants to be there. There are literally, and it's maybe because you've not been around it. There are people in positions. Why would you not want to be in the education department? Wait. There's people in positions where they physically cannot in that moment. Yes, you can work towards something, but what you're going to do on this Tuesday when you do not have it on this Tuesday? You're going to go to the food bank.
So Natalie, there's free courses online.
When the dad's out there alive and kicking, and he's got money, you have to go food bank. You think that's all right?
No, it's not all right. Natalie, it's not all right. But if that's the situation and the government can't even change that, what are you going to do? My thing is that no one wants to feed their kids on food banks. Nobody wants to feed their kids on food banks. I don't want anybody to feed their food. 21st century, Western country, shouldn't even be happening.
Baby
father up the
road.
If it is happening, there's things you can look at yourself and say, you know what? I'm going to change my job. I'm going to change my skill set.
But not everyone can do that. That's the point.
What if you can't?
There's a lot of positions that people are in.
Maybe I just don't understand the world. I don't think I understand the world then.
I don't think so.
I think what Michelle said is that you're coming from a place of privilege.
And it's tunnel vision.
Literally from a place of...
But I was brought up in a very working class background. Yeah, I'm not a millionaire. I'm working towards obviously being that. I'm not a millionaire. But for me, day by day, I just try and better myself. Yeah? As I get older, my son gets older, life goes on, things become more expensive. Like you're saying, buying a house 20 years ago, I was able to do that. Not a problem. Trying to buy a house today, different ball game. Yeah? So what if you want to achieve that, it doesn't have to be a house, it could be anything. It could be anything. It could be opening a charity, it could be anything. You gotta change. I can't be the same and want to achieve more. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
I get that. And I totally understand that. And I understand that we've got to better ourselves. But what I'm saying is, in the meantime, until you get to do better in yourself, you're saying there's free courses online, there's this, there's that. Of course there is. But what happens in the for now? What about the now? Where I'm laid out in bed and I'm sick. I'm off work sick. I can't.
That's different, Nikki. If you're sick, you're incapacitated. I get that. I'm not including those people that are sick. I'm not including them. I said before, people that have got 2 eyes, 2 ears, good health, 2 legs. Yeah.
No support.
You're able.
No support.
You're able. Yeah. You're able. Yeah. You can afford to step off your phone, stop doing social media for a few hours. Yeah, and be creative with that time. Simple. That's what I'm saying.
Cool. You can make money on social media.
You can make money from home.
This no more.
Make money from social media. Make money from home.
Davina said, I can't hear this no more. I'm sorry. Good night, everyone. Thank you, or good night.
Oh, good. Because
good. It's
sensitive. It's very sensitive.
It is very sensitive. And all I'm hearing through this is that, again, everything is down to the woman.
However, unfortunately.
She's still supposed to be this feminine Mary Poppins.
I agree.
While she's doing all of this shit. I don't get it.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Trisha. I agree with that 100%. But unfortunately, that's just how it is.
I'm going to share the screen so we could go through what some of our No Bravado members said before we sign off, because we've been on there. What is the time?
11. 3 hours
11,
and 30 minutes.
Nah, man. All right, let's whisk through this, and then we got that's been 3.5 hours then. So, Blade Boogie said, yes, you do. You don't have to overspoil the child, but the child would need basic necessities. No child has ever said, I'm hungry, can I eat some love? And teaching the child not to be satisfied with poverty is important.
Agreed.
Want to read the rest?
Agree.
Anyone want to read the rest?
So, all right. So Davinia Jones says, no, you don't really. You need to have enough time and commitment and participate half with your baby mama. But sometimes some mothers are not bothered. They just want the money for themselves, and some men think of themselves and choose not to be. I can't see the rest.
Choose not to help.
Yeah,
choose not to help.
That's my mistake. Yeah, choose not to help. Right. Yvonne Waters says, no, their presence is more important than presence.
And presence. True.
Yeah, correct. I agree.
No way time is important. No, time spent together with your children making memories is invaluable. Yes, providing for their upbringing is just as important. So this is Ty Williams is saying this. The girls and guys are saying that money is important as well. I can assure you.
Go figure.
Ian Bowman said, I can assure you, I remember the time that my father spent with me more than the things he bought for me.
Of
and
course.
I was a child that never went without. So some people are saying time's more important, some people are saying money. Mike said, go ask CSA as a joke. Nikki, can you read out Omari's comment, please?
Okay, Omari says, money has to be part of the equation. It's unrealistic and utopian to think otherwise. Yes, time is also required to balance the equation, but you cannot adequately support your child if you do not contribute financially. Needless to say, there may be periods when this may not be possible for a number of reasons, but that apart as a man, your duty, so that as a part of your man, your duty is to provide / contribute to the well-being of your child, and money is integral to that support, in conjunction with affording your time to oversee the emotional and mental development of that child. Simple. Thank you, Amari.
Yeah, but do you know what he said there? Money and time, not just money.
Exactly.
No, we're not saying that just money.
Yeah, I didn't say
you're
that.
hearing what you want to hear today.
No.
We're not
saying that either. We're not saying that either.
I never said that.
No, I didn't. No. Trisha, don't tell me she spoke me. I didn't say that. I just said money and time.
But
we
that was
CSA just the money part.
Yeah, we said, but
as Natalie said, if you don't have an organisation that's going to make you,
and I agree with her. I agree with it.
But I was saying also that if I had a kid with a man and he couldn't support, he couldn't support financially, but you could see the kid every weekend, I would take that.
Of course we would.
I would take that.
No one's arguing about that though. Okay, no one's disputing that.
We're not disputing that.
Yeah, we're agreeing with that.
Like I said, my brother is one of my brother was one of the greatest fathers I've ever witnessed when he was alive. And he didn't have masses and masses of money. At one point in Germany, he was a dustbin man. But his kids felt the love and they loved him right back. He was a father. But you need money he done whatever he needed to do to ensure that he was able to give money as part of his fathering to the mother of his children. That's it. It can't be that men are just exempt from it because the woman decided to have the baby.
She can deal with it by herself.
We're saying that men are weaker. We've got these beta men and we've got all of these masculine women running around. That is why. Because we are taking up the roles for everything. And when it suits you as males, that's a survival spirit. But actually, no, it's having to survive and do everything because the man has the luxury to not be there. And that's what we're saying.
And some women exercise that option as well, by the way. Yeah, I'm just thinking.
There we go again.
But they do. No, but they do.
They can. That's fine.
Everything. There's never responsibility taken. Never. It always
it's on both sides. It's on both sides.
No, but I think Ollie, we always need Ollie to have a give a male point of view, though. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah, but not everything you say.
Yeah, but not to gaslight us all the time.
It's not. Yeah, but you do this. There's no accountability. It's just bouncing.
But I'm very similar to Ollie.
But it's not just a male point of view. Isn't just to literally counteract everything and say everything that a woman does is wrong. And the woman's point of view is not to say everything that a man's done is wrong. But if we're discussing,
to be heard. Let me say my point.
Yes, but if we're discussing about things, sometimes stick to that topic. Not always. Yeah, but a woman does this.
Point, Natalie.
That's what my kids do. My kids do it. Yeah, but how did you do?
Point.
I know, we're learning.
When you speak, I do not interrupt. So allow me to speak, please.
Sometimes you just can't no more.
You have interrupted, Ollie.
Allow me to speak, please. Allow me to speak.
Hey.
Okay, all I'm saying is this. Let me try as a man's point of view. When I've said to my mothers and my children, okay, we agreed this with my son, and she says, I ain't got it. I can't go to my son and say, oh, she's wait. I say, okay, no point, you ain't got it. I have to deal with it. However, sometimes it appears on the other side. If the man, for example, in the situation where he hasn't got it, it's like, we mean you ain't got it. And I just feel sometimes there needs to be understanding. As Angela says, she had to step up when her partner was temporary. And I just said, that's a survival spirit. And you because she had to do what she had to do for her son, just to survive.
No, it's temporary.
No.
Sometimes, ladies, it's temporary.
It's temporary.
Look, all your kids. Let me tell you. I've got a kid. Yeah, he's only 5. Don't get twisted. He knows a little bit about brands and stuff now. Don't get it right. But really, to raise your kids, education, shelter, food, and love. Yeah, it's not that much when they're young. I agree, ladies. When they get older, it's more expensive. But really, when they're young. Yeah, you got people running around, calling their guys down every single day. Guys, you say for £200 a month. Yeah, all they need is food, love, shelter,
attention. Yeah,
if you want to get the £200, start going buy your kid Versace clothes or money.
That's for you. That's not for the child.
That's on you.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go and do hype and that kind of stuff, that's on you. What you're trying to be the latest trainers, that's on you.
Yeah, that's on you.
Why is it on her? Why is it on her? Why?
Because
so if she's going to the CSA, then she must have that money for herself.
I'm not saying that, Nikki. I'm saying at the same time, people are running down the man to pay the money. Food, love, shelter. You got the shelter already, hopefully. God forbid. Some people haven't. That's another situation. I'm talking about that people that are more or less able. Yeah, food can't be that expensive for 3, 4, 5-year-olds. Yeah, it can't be that expensive. Yeah, we can cook, you can make a meal, you can buy whatever. It's expensive. I get it's expensive. Look, even as a woman, my son's dad, when he contributes, I'll be honest, my son's dad is quite well to do. So when he contributes, I get a good financial contribution. Yeah, I get a good financial contribution, right?
So you are coming from a place of privilege then?
No,
listen. No, she chose well.
No. She's coming from a place of privilege though, because she said that she will do exactly what she needs to do, but she don't really need to do it if he's well off and he provides.
Okay, now Nikki, Nikki, it doesn't. Nikki, when he met me, I was on top of my game.
I'm not saying that you're not, but what I'm saying is,
let me finish. When I had a son, I couldn't do all what I was doing before. That's had to come down now, you understand?
Right.
Obviously, I chose what kind of guys I was dating anyways. Yeah? I had a child out of that, yeah?
Right.
You can both step in. He knows what I'm capable of. I know what he's capable of. It's just a situation. He went through a bad time. Temporary.
Right.
Ongoing for the rest of our lives.
No, but what I'm saying is what Michelle was saying. But Michelle was saying earlier, you are coming from a place of privilege because you have because you haven't experienced it. You haven't experienced being on your face. You haven't experienced having to go to a food bank.
No,
but you never said that. You said you okay, Angela.
Your type of being on your face, Angie, and the different
Angela,
types of being
you
on
said
face,
you said no matter what,
no,
that you will do
Angela,
whatever.
so I know Angela.
You will do whatever for your son, and you will do whatever it takes. You don't understand women that need to go to CSA. You don't understand women that can't just get up and find themselves another job or to up their game or to better themselves. You can't understand it. And what you've just explained to me is you have that support behind you.
It's not
that's why you can't understand it.
What support?
That's
support
your
from where,
privilege.
Support
the support
from where?
of his dad. The support of your father, your son's father. That support. That's what you've got. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about
temporarily. I didn't have it.
Okay, but you've got it back.
Temporarily, you didn't.
But you've got it back.
You have it. You chose.
You had it. You had it before.
Okay. Can we also see? Can we?
No. I'm not finished. I'm not finished, Mister. I'm not done.
Okay.
Say
your part. Say your part.
I need to get it clear. I need to get it clear because this is why I'm saying, like, you've got support from your son's father because you chose well. You chose a good man.
I didn't really choose well. Really, he's not the best.
But he's a decent dad. He's supporting his son. Financially supporting his son.
But I went through 6 months, Nikki. I went through 6 months.
You my son started private school out of 5 years.
If my son's dad went through his ordeal, what have you, before I put my son in private school, I put my son in private school, yeah? But we already started. Now I've got a choice there. Keep him in, no, don't take him out. You know, they were twisted. I was on my face. I mean, it's a different kind of on my face, not like it was food. But I just think my son's settled.
If your son's in private school, yeah, then you're nowhere near on your face, babe.
No, right. Sometimes
you're not.
Sometimes
you're not.
You're not.
You're not. You can't be.
I think. If me personally,
I'm saying that's why Michelle's saying that you come from a place of privilege. Because if your son's going to private school, and then you are not on your face. You are not on your face if your son's going to private school.
Nikki, real talk. The same money I'm paying for me, the same money I'm paying for nurseries, the same money I'm paying for private school. So no difference.
Yeah, but you're still not on your face, though. That's what I'm saying. You can't be.
I think I've been on my face. I think I am.
That's why. That's the difference.
But I had to choose a way to keep being down or come back up. And like I said, I'm not the same woman that I was before I had my son. I'm not. So sometimes even my financial not the same as what it used to be before. But at the same time, I try and do my best. I have to work smarter. I have to work smarter to make things happen. And at the same time, like I said before, that was a good lesson for me when his son went through that turmoil. I had to understand that I can't rely on his income like that, like all the time like that, because things can change overnight. You understand? That's why now I put myself in a position where whether he does or he doesn't, we're going to be okay, because I can't go through that shock like I went through before. Do you understand? So, that's me.
I'm going to just go on to these comments, but I will say you had a temporary kind of setback for 6 months out of 5 years. Your baby daddy was down for 6 months out of the 5 years. We could go around in circles. Like this topic seemed to. Thank you, Magic Murray, for posting this, because it seems to have caused a lot of mayhem. Because Yvonne Waters said, at the end of the day, money is irrelevant. If he becomes unemployed, it would not stop him from being a good father.
Exactly.
Jennifer Ross responded and said, if he can't feed or clothe or provide basic needs for his child, then he can't be a good father.
Exactly, you can't.
Or did you just assume that someone else should be providing those essentials? And then Yvonne said, at the end of the day, money, right, so money does not measure a person's worth.
No, it doesn't.
With that crap. The response is quite rude. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. Just have manners when communicating. But people lack manners. Just keep it moving. You obviously missed my point. I'm bored. And then it went on, jog on, blah blah blah. It went on the same way it did today. But my point is, you don't need millions, or you don't have to be uber rich to be a good dad. You just have to have a good heart, and you get by with and take some responsibility. But I think for it to be said that, I mean, because that's how it is. If the dad decides to walk away, my mum did it. She looked after all three of us, or all three of my brothers and me, by herself. she was forced to be the man and the woman and raise us to the best of her ability. We never went hungry. We always had good clothes. She always paid her rent, always got a mortgage, always had a roof over our head. My thing is, she shouldn't have had to have done it.
Exactly.
She didn't make the kids on her own. That's why when you've got the single parent that's out here grinding, working 3 jobs, can't stop to give the kid a hug, you can't tell me that the kid's not going to be lacking certain things. But if we're saying that it's okay for the man to just go off because he didn't plan to have this kid, he didn't, you know, it comes out of your body. And if you choose to have that kid, you choose to have that kid. And it's down to the woman to do everything. This is why we're broken. It's because the man's, in my opinion, the man's role is important, especially if you're raising kids, not just financially, but stability comes from men as well. Your thought process, your energy, we need you. So for us to now get to a point where we're saying, actually, if they're there or not, we just have to step up our game and we have to take responsibility for everything, is why we've got weaker men in our society and why we've got women running around acting like that. My mic dropped.
I agree.
I agree with you, Trisha. Yeah.
I agree with you.
Hold on.
Ollie, it's been 4 hours. I'm going.
No, you can't just make a comment like, oh, we have weaker men. I want to add to that. That's what we have. No, it's not weaker men. It's not weaker men. It's just men.
We have beta men in our society.
It's not weaker men. It's just men who are not willing to face the responsibility. It doesn't make them weak.
Not responsible.
No,
doesn't make them weak.
I'm not taking back my talk. There's weaker men.
Well, that doesn't make them weak.
You just can't. You can't.
Sorry, a man that doesn't take up his responsibilities is not weak.
No,
is that what you're telling me?
No, it means irresponsible. Just that women who make decisions about kids are irresponsible.
Weak.
No. Okay.
Idiot. Just like women who do what?
It's just that women, when you talk about women who are weak because they're not facing responsibility, yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, well, women who decide to have kids without thinking about consequences, they're behaving recklessly. It's the same thing.
Okay.
There you go.
No one disagrees with that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That's fine. No one's trying to gaslight us, Olu. You're gaslighting. Oh no, you've been gaslighting.
I don't use that term.
I do. And I'm using it because you've been gaslighting us.
Given a different perspective.
Okay.
Is it your perspective?
Listen, guys. It's 11:45.
What a chat.
It's 11:45.
What a chat.
We're going to have to agree to disagree, but that's what makes this panel so great.
No, we're going to have to disagree to disagree on this.
We
disagree and disagree and disagree again.
That's what makes this panel so great, is that we don't always agree, but you know,
but we learn from each other. We
respect each other.
I've learned something today. I've learned something today.
I learned a lot.
I didn't learn shit. I was shocked.
I've learned that as a community, we still need, there's a whole lot of work for us to do. And just seeing the different aspect from Angela and Olu, we need to do some talking.
Definitely.
We need to do, and we need to be talking to Angela. My son's 9 and 10, your son's 5. And Natalie's got Carter and sorry, what's the other son's name? Mason. They're the little ones that we need to get in their heads now.
Yeah.
Now. So by the time they reach Olu's son's age, they're in a much better position. Yeah. And that's what we've got to do. You know,
and have honest conversations with them as well. Honest
100%.
conversations. Yeah, honest conversations.
Exactly.
You know, because our generation, you know, like
honestly,
my parents' generation definitely failed me. They definitely failed that generation, because remember, in our generation, it's all about
they kept things from us.
Gel it up, enjoy yourself, do this, no responsibility. I mean, let me tell you something. Back in the day, baby father was an aspirational bachelor. I want to have a baby mother. It was an aspirational thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying now? I didn't know the consequences of it, man. You see now? But because the information wasn't drip fed to me correctly. So by the time I realized, well, wow, that just means that you're having kids with women, you're not being with them. That's quite irresponsible.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
And then we're saying it's okay for the men to do that. But I'm not going to open that can of worms.
No, very true.
Let's go around the screen. Olo, tell us where they can find you. What are you up to? Talk about your project quickly before we go.
Again, like I said, my tutoring service is still doing it. We're coming to.
We might have new viewers. So.
Oh, sorry. Atelier Education Services, I provide tutoring in your traditional curriculum subjects. I also provide mentoring and tutoring for difficult or hard to reach kids as well. So those in care provisions, the ones who have been disengaged from medication. So I do a lot of work with that. Again, my website is there. I'm a trained teacher. As you can see, I'm very vociferous. I'm very passionate about empowering young people to be the best versions of themselves. That's what it's all about. There's no right or wrong, it's about being the best version of yourself. And as Roger put it in the comment before, if you can be better than you were yesterday, that's a win.
Right, Olu.
Show your details, Olu.
Juliet G has asked what area.
I'm based in Luton. But I do
Luton.
travel. I do travel. Yeah, I do travel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So those of you who've got kids like in primary, getting ready for secondary, this summer period would be a great time to prepare them. So when they get to secondary school, they bring them with confidence. Because one thing about our Black kids, they're bright in primary, they get to secondary, and the confidence gets knocked out of them.
Yeah.
Right. Especially our boys.
It's funny, Olu. I'm doing a PGC in business and economics. So I've been doing from at UCO, yeah. So I've been doing some teaching at a secondary school in Eltham actually, and I cried. The Black boys in the system. Yeah. I don't want to be. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I think I need to go into social work before I go into teaching. The Black boys in schools. Yeah. I know. I was so oblivious. I had no idea.
I'm working like, when you're in a secure care unit, stuff like that. Guys who I'm in school for. I mean, today I was with a young man. Yeah. If you saw the abuse I took from him, and it was in my face. And I just modeled to him, because I remember as a man, you got to model how men behave. So so this is what's going to go down in my report. You did not engage with education. And when I write my report, it will influence the kind of provision you go into afterwards. You can't do that. And afterwards, when he saw he wasn't getting a response, he did exactly what I asked him to do. You see now. So as I say, as men, we've got to model, because sometimes young boys think being a man means being aggressive, no, it also means just being calm. Being calm. See now. That's what it is. So that's me anyway. So again, if you need any help with that, holler at me.
No, I need your details, Ollie, actually.
Holler at me, because PGC in that subject, you're going to be out of work.
I need your details. I need your details.
And you, Natalie, how old are your boys?
Natalie is something else.
How old are your boys?
How old are they?
Yeah, you know one.
They're 6 and 9.
So what, key stage 1 and key stage 2. When that one gets a key 10, tuition, if you're up for it, I can hook you up, especially when you go to boarding school. Yeah. So prepare for those entry exams.
He's that one, he's very, very bright. He's well ahead of his years. Even all his teachers are like, this child is something else. He's
10, yeah?
He's 9. He's just turned 9.
Because again, I know someone who runs a tuition gearing young people who want to get into private and select schools. You got to prepare them from like year 5, year 6.
Yep.
Okay.
And they do the entry exams and they get in this bam. So again, there's lots of things in place that other communities do that we don't share with each other.
And Olu, and even boarding school, free scholarship to boarding school, free scholarship.
Remember I said to you that my nephew passed his GCSE in primary school. They didn't believe me. That's what for life for.
There's so much out there. There's so much.
You'd be surprised what's out there,
So much.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, by the way, that rave you went to the other day. Oh, my.
Litty committee. We are the Litty committee.
Banging.
I saw all of them like, oh, is this how you went?
That's how we roll, Olu. That's how we roll. Yes, that's how we roll.
We had a ball. Shout out to my bestie for that barbecue. Barbecue. It was great.
We'll invite you next time.
Please do.
We'll invite you.
Give me 24 hours notice. So I was like, that's not far. That's East London. I could get in 45 minutes.
You didn't invite me. You didn't invite me.
You see?
Sorry?
You didn't invite me either.
Yeah.
Do you know what? The numbers were limited.
That's cool.
He told us that the guest list was closed. And yeah, I will try and make an
next time. I'm cool.
I'll make an effort. But you have your certain people that you roll with, and that's what you think of. When
that's fine, of course.
if numbers are limited, that's what you think of. But yeah, no, I definitely will let you know about it.
It looked good, man. And the weather was nice, and there's lots of smiling people.
Listen, it was the jam. We were the Litty committee.
Don't rub it in now.
We shut the place down.
Litty committee.
We ran into some No Bravado members there. We drank. We had fun. It was great.
It was amazing.
Great.
We danced our little socks off.
We really did.
Loved it.
Well, Roger's saying, I thought Roger was going to bed, but here's Roger saying, I want to invite as well. So when we do our No Bravado link up,
you got to raise something. You got to raise something.
We will sort something.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, our No Bravado link up will do something.
Yeah.
So tell me what tell the audience what you're working on. And
well, I work with an organisation called Womanhood Academy. We provide empowerment workshops for young girls. I say young girls, but all of our girls are Black, but we're not specifically for Black children, but all of them happen to be Black. And we just empower them and help them to be able to stand in their truth and empower them to talk, to stand in their truth and walk the path of life. We have 2 separate groups. We deal with from 8 years old right up to 18 years old, and it's just about them. We mentor them. We just ensure that life is running okay for them, because everyone needs someone to kind of talk to, even no matter how close you are to your parents, to your mum or whatever. You always need that. There's that person, and we kind of try and create that safe environment for them to be able to talk their truth.
Yeah. Well done. It's a brilliant project.
WomanhoodAcademy.com.
WomanhoodAcademy.com.
Perfect. All right.
Drop it in the comment section as well.
I'll put it in the chat.
What you up to? What you working on? Where can they find you? What do you want to spotlight?
Oh God. Okay, so what I do, I help people get startup loans to start a business. So is anyone looking for funding to start up their business, whatever business that might be, I help people to do that by doing their business plans and their financials to get access to the funding.
Is it legit? Is it legit?
Of course it is.
Oh, I'm just saying.
Come on.
No, you did mention getting creative and
okay, creative
and shit, so that we have to ask. Yeah.
So when I say sugar, I get it. Now, so when I say creative, for instance, so before lockdown, I created an app, spent about 20 grand on that. That couldn't really happen. That was all to do with hair and beauty. Couldn't launch that off. So got a bit creative just before last year's March, whatever lockdown, and I launched an online hair and skincare shop. So that's online. That's called Ladies on the Run Store, www.ladiesontheRunstore.com. So literally, I just resell all the brands from Tala Wajid to Cream of Nature to Aunt Jackie's. I just literally sell all those brands delivered to your doorstep. Online service. So I did that, and then obviously, like I said to Olu, I'm also doing a teaching course on business economics. Yeah, just being able. Really, what I want to do with that, if I'm honest, Olu, if I want to do, I don't want to go into teaching. I don't now. What I would like to do, I want to show youngsters the world that we live in now. Like, I think our generation, we were trained, you got to go to school, go to university, or go and get a job. Yeah. The children of today don't necessarily have to do that. They're more entrepreneurs now anyway. So I would like to get to a place where I could, even for free, teach kids how to get into business. That's what I love to do.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Well done,
guys. So it's been a pleasure.
As always,
4 hours. I love you guys for it because the debates are real.
It's great.
Knackered me out, guys. You lot knackered me out.
We don't always agree, but we respect you. We love you. We thank you for the contribution, man. Every time.
I'm scared when we have our face-to-face meetings. I might get shut down.
I'll be quiet. Don't be silly.
I'll hide behind Olu.
Nah, you're a strong candidate, Angela.
Exactly.
You don't need your man. You don't need the man. We don't need man for nothing. Remember that.
Right.
Yeah?
That's
right.
That's
what you were saying.
That's what you said. You don't need nobody apart from Olu.
So you can.
No, I don't want to do everything.
worry, girl. We can all stand in our truth, man. That's the thing.
No, I know. Of course, I respect all these lot. I love you lot dearly, and I love the way you lot put me in place. Honestly, because I will put the phone down, and I'll go and think about. You sort of said, I'll go, oh, sugar, and okay, fair point. Yeah. Nikki was right there. Natalie was right there. Oh, yeah. I like
it. I like it.
No, I like this. This is good.
You know what? Because we all get
how we learn.
Different viewpoints.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm a bit ignorant. Sometimes I'm a bit ignorant to stuff. I am. Today I've learned a little bit that I might be in a little bubble sometimes. So you do educate me. Don't get. I might be a bit defensive now, but I'll reflect as well myself after to better myself.
What we were saying, isn't it, Olu? We need to have that reflective look at ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
What's that?
Just hit me. This is so random. I was like, Angela's voice sounds so familiar. You sound like Gina Yashere, you know?
You think so? Oh God.
Yeah. Anyone else think that? Is that just me?
You think so? I don't know. I didn't notice.
Yeah.
No, she sounds like Nina to me, PhD.
Ah, that's more.
That's what she sounds like. Her voice sounds like to me. But yeah.
That's more, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
She's lovely.
Nothing negative about her or anything like that. The voice just sounds similar.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I think it was really good having Roger on, for the first time. That's really cool, man.
Rog.
Yeah, we love Roger. Roger's one of the original staples, man.
I like that.
First started one of the originals. So it's good to see him back. We want to see Michael and we want to see Anthony back as well. One of the original.
Yeah, how's Michael? Yeah. I hope Michael, we're sending him love and light and everything's cool with him.
Seems to be doing better.
Yeah.
Gave an update the other day. Son's doing a lot better.
Yeah, I saw the video, so fingers crossed everything's getting better.
Also, I'll mention it now just as a side thing. You probably noticed in the background I got some fragrances. I'm a bit of a frag head here, yeah. So again, you're gonna smell good, look good. I can give you some scents. You can recommend to your fellas or your friends.
Is it scents like or the scents?
The originals, babes.
The originals.
So if you're gonna hook up, if you're gonna like Father's Day's coming up, if you're gonna surprise that male person in your family, I can tell you what to go for, or I could recommend to you, depending on how much you want to spend, what kind of smell you're going for. That's what it is. Because most men only know what they know. Does that make sense? So there's usually someone's bought it for them, but they don't actually know what's out there, what's current, what smells good. So you're like, I want to get stuff for my boyfriend, my brother, what do you think? I say, okay, how much you want to spend? You want to think of this? That's what's
you got oud, Ollie, you got oud.
Different type of oud.
Proper.
Tom Ford oud, what? Which one do you want?
No, allow Tom Ford oud. Tom Ford ain't no original oud, yeah? Oud comes from the Arabic country.
Hey, listen.
Tom Ford is not the original oud.
I've got some oud straight from Arab.
That's better. That's better.
Listen, we're not going to spend another hour arguing about oud because we know how to argue.
You know what? Let me tell you something. If you want the real perfumes, you have to buy the oils. That's the one.
Of course.
Trust. Those who know, it's the oils.
Sandalwood. Of course.
And those who don't know.
It's the oils. Yeah.
You guys are going to exchange info so you could talk oud,
oils,
and all kinds of stuff.
CSA.
Angie had asked me for your details. I gave you his Facebook link.
I didn't use it.
Oh, that's surprising.
I only use Facebook for this. I'm terrible at Facebook.
Okay. No, because you asked me for his details. That's why I thought.
I don't think I took it properly. That's my fault, Trish. I'm a bit bad with Facebook.
Okay, well then you guys make friends and
give him you got my numbers on there. Yes, no problem.
Yeah, your ouds and your oils and whatever else you're discussing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna say it's 12 o'clock. So me and Natalie are going to sign off now. We're going to say we love you and see you in 2 weeks.
Stay blessed, everybody. Stay blessed and safe.
And I'm looking forward to when we get out.
Thank you so much for your contribution, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, Olu?
I'm looking forward to when we get out there and meet each other in person.
Yeah, so are we.
Natalie, smile. There you go.
If we had thought about it, we would have told you to come to the barbecue, but we'll let you know about other things.
It's fine.
No, definitely.
There's more time.
Okay.
Okay?
All right,
take care, Nikki.
Lovely
Bye,
to see you.
Nikki.
Bye, Andy.
Bye.
Bye, Ollie. See you
Bye,
later,
Ollie.
girl.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
Speak soon.
Bye, Trish. Bye,
Bye.
Natalie.
Bye, Dom.
Bye. See you later, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, we really just debated for 4 hours.
Because they're unruly. We have an unruly bunch amongst us. That was insubordination all the way through. I couldn't even believe it.
But I guess that's what makes No Bravado No Bravado, is a mix of characters and the difference of opinions. My goodness. No responsibility on the men. Hence the reason we have got a lot of women raising men. And as Angela said, you can't be a father. You could be a great mother and you can provide, but you cannot be a man.
You can't.
For your son.
You can't.
And you cannot provide the male balance and the aspect of what, you know, your daughter needs when the dad's not there. Too much responsibility on the woman, and I think that's why the society is the way that it is. But we'll be here for another hour speaking. Natalie, talk to me about what you got going on. What do you want to share?
Okay, so as you guys know, I run an organisation, or you may not know, you might be your first time tuning in, called What Next. Just looking at the different things that we can do in the Black community to create like a sustainable, independent Black community where we're doing and building and creating communities and legacies for ourselves. Our next physical event is going to actually be on the 14th of August, as long as they don't extend this crap again. That will be on the Viscount Boat in Millbank Pier, and that's the 411 on property. So this is an opportunity for like one-on-one mentorship with regards to investment properties or buying your home. It's also a chance to sign up to our joint venture scheme with our expert entrepreneur and property expert, where you can join sign up for the joint venture scheme and actually get into investment properties as a group, which is what we are doing. The tickets will be available from next week, so I'll put that out. Obviously we've got the online hair and beauty store, Niall, so it's niallstudio.com, and that is also Niall Studio on Instagram, NAELLE Studio. Yeah, NLPR is just me. So yeah.
Perfect. Right, what do I need to say? Cupcakes and cocktails following Boris's announcement has now been moved from the 3rd of July, and I think we're looking at doing it on the 24th. We're going to be launching our new collection, which is a series of well, this is the Ankh series, and then we've got the Queen series, and we've got the Max series as well. All different jewelry that we're going to be launching, along with our signature bling pieces and so on and so forth for Diva Choice. But we will be putting out the flyer information rejig. Obviously, we're going to be moving that. We have a stockists called Designer Collective, which is based at 113 to 115 Fonthill Road. That's Park, London. So if you hop over to our stockist, you'll find a lot of our Diva Choice bits and pieces in there, along with other great brands that are stocked in there. And you can find my online boutique over at divachoice.co.uk. That's all I need to say now, but just follow us on Instagram, continue to contribute. These memes came from our group members. Our group members, we're at the stage now where group members, when we're running into group members now, if we go out. And are you even listening to me, Natalie?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
What are you doing?
I'm just putting What Next in the group. I'm writing it in the chat before everyone leaves. Okay.
So we're at the stage. I'll put Diva Choice as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So we're at the stage now where we're running into group members, and everyone's just got such a great energy. Obviously sometimes we missed little arguments that took place. Like I only saw that today when I was looking through the comments for content for the show. But generally it's usually all love. Your contribution is great. We are growing. We're a nice little family now, and it's growing, and we appreciate you. So keep tuning in, keep liking, keep sharing. Let's try and grow this platform so that we can promote each other and just build a viable platform where we can just say what's on our mind and learn and grow.
I'm not gonna lie. Definitely, I love the conversation. I love the way we can be so vehemently against what each other's saying, but be cool with each other at the same time. I definitely didn't learn that in today. I just learned how out of order people people are hardcore, man.
Listen, my phone's been popping the whole night. Inbox messages, popping. But yeah, and I guess if we agreed all of the time, then the phone would be popping. So
yeah.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Olu, for jumping on, giving your perspective. Thank you, group members, for debating every day, for sharing interesting topics to the group, for participating. We just absolutely love it.
Love it.
So much more than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
No Bravado. And we're looking forward to growing it with you guys. So yeah, thank you once again. So yeah, I didn't get to eat before we started the show. I'm starving. It's late. I don't think I should eat, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm gonna have a small salad because I'm starving.
Yeah.
And maybe some fish. Gonna get into it now. Before
Food
always makes us start.
Yeah, there's a song called Bands Can Make Her Dance Like Money. I'm like, no ho, food. It's food. It's always gonna be food.
Listen, my beautiful twin flame.
Yes.
Friend. Love you to bits.
You too.
Speak to you tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, maybe for 5 minutes now, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speak to you in a minute. I'll speak to you later. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Bye.
Bye.